Hello, everyone. Rolkus, hello. Jantha, hello. Daniel, hello. Hello, hello, hello. How we doing today? I've taken a sick day, so I'm here today. I have not worked at all. Rolkus, you don't have mod here, but if you do want mod, no, that's dangerous. No, no, maybe. Nut, Daniel, you do not need to use your Prime to subscribe at all, but I appreciate it, but you don't need to. Thank you for all the nuts. Marty Bot, you don't need to repeat. You don't need to repeat that at all. 10. Look at the natural light. Yeah, it's pretty overcast outside actually, so it might rain. I don't know. It might not rain. We'll find out. We will find out. Hello, Daniel. Hello. Hi, I can't hear you at the moment because I don't have my headphones on while I fail to rearrange my shelves nicely. Have fun, Jantha. You, even though you won't be able to understand or hear what I'm saying, good luck. Good luck. Um, so kind of wanted to play this little game today called Resident Evil Requiem. So I'm gonna do that today. It's just unpacking at the moment. Yeah, I don't think I need to do anything else at all. But no, how's everyone's day going? God damn it, I have to lurk 3 streams now for fuck's sake, man. Dan, it's in the title of the stream, isn't it? And if it's not, refresh. Alright, it has finished unpacking, so I'm actually. What do you mean you ain't reading the novel? It's down below. It's here. Unpack your ass. Thanks, Rockers. True mod. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna jump straight into it. I'm not gonna be just chatting for ages. I'm super keen for this. Uh, I got things to do. Pause you. No one wants to listen to music. Resident. Not 4. Nope. Why is Requiem? There we go. Jesus. But thank you, Splurge. Thank you. Also, hello, welcome in. The game should have updated. Perfecto. And I'm just going to launch it. It's probably not going to like me at all. Of course. Thank you. Stupid. Absolute dumb. Come on. There we go. Perfect. 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 Is this our engine? Yes. Yes, it is. Subtitles. Audio device TV? Headphones. Yes. Yep, yep. There is no pattern. Uh-huh. Oh, until the pattern is no longer visible. Oh, until it's no longer visible. Sure. That's weird. Oh, okay. Gotcha. That's on stream. It might be too dark. It helps to read the instructions now. Thank you, Seld. Thank you. Pretty versatile. The engine, it did Dragon's Dogma 2. Yeah, they've They've done a lot of games with this RE engine. They've spent a lot of time building and optimizing it, so it makes sense. G'day, Gent, the stabby stabby stab. But welcome in, Cell. It's good to have you here. Yeah, that seems fine. Yep. And it offers ability to change camera's perspective. It is recommended to use first-person perspective when playing as Grace to enhance the horror elements, and to use third-person perspective. Okay, yep. Would you like to change perspective? As in, from this... If I say don't change, or is it going to change? If I say change, I mean, oh, okay. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Jet. I don't know why that what I didn't see that. Thank you for following, Jet. Really appreciate it. Also, Rolkus, I didn't even say. Thank you for the 10 stream streak as well. I don't think so, Rolkus. Also, welcome in, Jet. It's concerning that it's asking for that. Like, why? Okay. Okay. No, I don't believe I did, Rolkus, but I can double check. I'm gonna see how laggy this gets while compiling shares. Might not actually. But I believe I did. I just checked them out. I believe I did first person for Grace and third for Leon, but yep. Yep. Time myself out? No. No, I don't think I will. I've seen little bits. I've seen screenshots, and I've seen a couple non-spoiler reviews. At least they say non-spoiler. Whether it is non-spoiler is another thing. I'm not too sure, but I haven't really watched any of it. Uh, Outside of the trailers, I have no idea what is happening. Let's go performance. Sure. Ah, I got a crash. I got a crash. Fuck, is there going to be? I wonder. I wonder if it is driver. Hey Zach, how you doing? Welcome in. Thanks for checking in. I wonder if it is. There's a new Nvidia driver. I wonder, but I think I've seen you call me Kai before. Yeah, yeah. I have called you Cardi. I think it came out of when we were I don't know a stream where we were calling people different names. And we were just started calling you Cardi, and I think it's just stuck. So, thank you for meatballs, but I'm craving spicy noodles. Yeah, no spicy noodles in here at the moment. Sorry, Zach. Also, I need petrol, so they're gonna head out and lurk stream until I get back. Thanks, Zach. Thank you for lurking. Yeah, so it's doing some sort of report at the moment that is just happening. I'm curious. I'm gonna try it again after this, but if it happens again, I might have to update the the driver. Um, I haven't. Devs, keep it up. I like people calling me different names. Okay, I will try my best. Okay, I'm gonna exit out of that. Okay. Okay. Oh. Stream kind of. I will have to. End that. Okay, that's just gonna slowly cancel, I think. Okay, let's give it another world. World. We'll give it one more, and I have a feeling I'm gonna have to update a driver. Let's have a gander. Drivers. Oh, there's no latest. There's no latest driver. I've got to compile shaders again. Times like this, console gaming doesn't look too. Yeah. And it didn't crash this time. So it must have been something when it was trying to get the choosing between what to prioritize and then getting the system specs. Maybe there's just a bug. Oh, my face. Whatever, Rolkus. Whatever. Let's have a look. Graphics. Nope. Let's normal hair strands. Oh yeah. Awesome. Yeah. Advanced. Let's go. What's down here? Depth of field. I do enjoy depth of field like that. Chromatic. I'll go off for that. Sure. Yeah, sure. Mesh quality. There's almost no difference there. Okay. Yep. Is there, Oh, didn't like me doing that. I wonder if it's going to be something to do with the DLSS. Because my game's just frozen at the moment. The crash did have something in the box saying... I should have taken a screenshot of it. But it did mention something to do with DLSS. So I wouldn't be surprised... if there is an issue at the moment with DLSS. Yep, okay. There is a problem, by the looks of it, with the upscaling. Okie dokie. We'll just come out of that. We'll crash. We don't even care at this point. We don't even care. Alright, play. No. Back in. Let's go to the main menu. Main menu. Come on. There we go. Alright. So. It didn't save anything, so that's fine. That is all good. Ray tracing normal. Frame rate 60. Advanced. What did we turn off here? We turned lens distortion off. Upscaling technology. Oh, that's the quality. Right. Okay, well, I won't touch this just in case. I do have a feeling there is something wrong with the DLSS at the moment, so I just don't want to touch it for that reason. But we should be sweet. We should be sweet. VFX, all of this is fine. Cool. All right, I think we're good. I think we're good. There we go. Come on. All right, here we go. Also, let me know about sound when we're in game as well.
Sir.
Yeah, it looks great, Splurge. And it's all in-engine cinematics as well, right? So none of this is pre-rendered.
Grace. Grace. Grace Ashcroft.
Yes?
My office.
Oh, coming.
Didn't even lock her computer.
If this is about the report you asked for yesterday, it'll be ready in 3. No, 2 days, tops.
Put a hold on that for now. We found another body. One that exhibits the same pathology as the others we've been investigating. Now, I need a good technical analyst on this.
Okay.
I need your eyes on the crime scene. The Renwood Hotel. Look, I know that's where your mother was murdered. And I know it'll be upsetting for you. Alyssa died 8 years ago. Perhaps it's time for you to face the past. Confront that fear head on. Grace, I won't force you to go. But do you think you can do this for me? Investigate that crime scene and report back to me with your findings. That's all for now.
Spooky. Spooky, spooky, spooky.
Sorry.
do need to turn up the... Is it here? Keyboard and mouse. I need to turn up the sensitivity. Nope. Okay. Let's try... Let's try that. Alright, still not amazing, but we'll...
Should be around
when we
here.
start getting into it, we'll, very Alan Wake. Yeah, there's, The actual meal. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in. It gives very Alan Wake, very, almost, it's probably just because it's that, you know, the really dark, grim look of the city, right? I get very, like Max Payne vibes of, right now, of the city. Missing. Why are people missing? Yeah. Remake Cyberpunk in Ascension.
Hey, that's a restricted area. You can't go in there.
Why?
It's an active crime scene.
Oh, right. Sorry. Just a sec.
Oh, you're FBI?
I am.
Investigating all these strange deaths, huh?
Mm-hmm.
It's the 5th one now, right? I heard they all have the same weird bruises, so you think it's something infectious, or terrorism, or... Why else would the FBI be investigating, right? Hey, are you with me?
Oh, there might be answers inside.
Yeah, sure, right. Be careful in there. Whole building's condemned. Word is they're finally gonna bring the whole place down.
Yeah, thanks.
He gives very sus vibes. Like, why would he let me in? I know we showed the FBI thing, but she wasn't super confident, right? Yeah. Yeah, looks really good. Looks really good, Rolkus. And the sound is fucking good too. One thing I've noticed, actually, is there FOV somewhere? HUD. I want my FOV more. More FOV image. Can't really change anything there. Accessibility. I don't think there's anything in here about FOV, actually, which is a bit poopy when aiming camera. Yep. That's a little poop. That is rather poopy, but that's okay. So I'm assuming it'll stay at, what is it, 30 or something, whatever is the standard for consoles, which is probably like 45. I'm not a RE fan, but I want to play just to experience these graphics. Yeah, dude, the even Village and RE2, RE4, like that, they're all super pretty, and it's insane to see the improvements of the engine on each one. And like even, you know, going back to Biohazard now, RE7, it's still a pretty game. Let me in. I want this, but far out, it's expensive. Yes, it is. Do I not have a G for torch? Okay. Yeah, the game is rather expensive here. Is that me kicking shit? Thought I could interact with something. Deathless run so far? It is, Jimmy. It is. Have not died just yet. Gross. Gross. Oh, pan. Ew. Ew. Hell yeah, love it. Can I zoom in on that? Oh, okay. Middle mouse button is also flashlight. I dig that. That's a... Use it a bit. I don't like that either. You don't need to do that at all. Open it?
I can't.
Hmm.
Come on, Ray.
Alright, thanks for dropping by, Raucous. I appreciate you. Also, Jimmy, thanks for dropping in as well. I appreciate you coming around and spend some time here as well. Okay, so we're at the... I heard footsteps above. Did I? Oh, yeah, some footsteps. There is a footstep. Don't like that. Let's talk. Room 204. Alright.
Who's there? What do I do?
I would like to speed that up. That is disgusting. When aiming. Let's do that. You know what? While we're here, let's just bump this up too. Oh, that's much better. Son of a bitch. Let's not do that. In here? It is a bit fucked that we've got fucking a gun now, though. Is it a shit? Ugh. Ew. It is. I do like actually that they're trying to bring elements of like uh, elements from previous. It's like RE7 and RE8. Now we go this way. Key. Let me in. Let's go. It's so pretty. There's definitely footsteps upstairs. I really need that as I was taking a bite of lunch. No, Jimmy. Fucking hell. Renwood Hotel was becoming the, has been welcoming guests. Why did I, didn't mean to do that. Welcoming guests from all walks of life since opening its doors in 1928. Experienced the warm embrace of nearly a century's worth of history, along with Renwood's time-honored traditions. Interesting. Hey, Crippen. Welcome in. Thank you for checking in as well. Okay, we'll go this way. Check in here. Why did I just hear breathing? To all employees, following the recent incident, management has been working hard to restore public trust. Unfortunately, due to the extent of the damage, it is unclear if it will be possible to reopen. Consequently, it is with great regret that we must announce the official closure of the Renwood Hotel. We apologize greatly for the impact this may have on you and your families, and wish to extend our heartfelt gratitude for the support and hard work you have brought to the long-standing business. Cool. Oh, got a map. Sick. Alright. I don't care about that. Get out of here. Okay. Oh, so that's the way I came in. Gotcha. Hey, Fishy. How you doing? Welcome in, man. It's a submissive and breedable Friday afternoon, Marty. Yes. Super submissive and breedable Friday. What do we got? Employee entrance. So I came in that way. Okay, so there hasn't really been anything else. One thing that I'm not sure, and it might just be for the moment, is that usually the RE games have like, these are blue, right? Blue if you found everything, or if they're red, like this door up here. If it's red, there's something still there. So I'm curious if that is going to still be the case. Okay, yep. Files. Okay. Oh, have I missed a couple? That's okay. That's okay. So I meant to go upstairs. I got that. Anything? No. Alright. Up we go. Guests only? Ugh. Okay. Not that way. This way. Are you liking it so far? Yeah, so we've haven't really got too far. What, 10 minutes in? We've had a couple crashes at the start that I believe were DLSS related. Because I tried to... Okay, we've got a couple. Okay. Oh! Why got us over here? Gimme. Yeah, so... was trying to figure that out. And the trick was not to change any of those settings. You... Stop that. What a fucking... The police have, at some point, had to come up here. This is the way to go. Had to come up here and do the... Oh, this is fucked. Ew. But yeah, fishy so far. So far, so good. I know I'm meant to go check out the thing. Okay. And why would there be something there? Why would there be? Feather snow, ultra soft, toilet tissue. Neato. Okay. So nothing there. So where were these footsteps then? So am I... What's the... Oh.
What? Who?
Is that... Is that Mum? Oh, what's that one? Someone's watching me. They're out there now. Spooky. Right, okay, so there were pictures from 8 years ago.
Anne,
Hi, Mom.
you have been on that thing all day.
Well, if you're gonna work so late.
Get some sleep, eh?
I'm almost done, just a sec.
What am I gonna do with you?
What you always do? Nag at me until I go to bed?
Wow, it's really coming down hard.
Mom, phone. Mom.
It's right beside you.
Hello?
Miss Ashcroft?
Yes.
Who was it?
Dunno. They asked for Miss Ashcroft and then they hung up on me.
Rude.
What the?
They're coming.
Spooky.
Grace, we need to go.
Go where? Mom, what's going on?
Hurry.
Wait, who's coming? What's wrong?
We need to keep our voices down.
This is ridiculous.
Come on.
Tell me what's going on.
Now is not the time.
Right, okay.
Stay close.
wait.
Grace, come on, keep moving.
Gotcha. Okay, so that was 204 was the room that I was staying in. Gotcha.
Grace, hurry.
Yeah, I'm right behind you. Shut up.
Oh, who's that? Oh, I'm so sorry about the power outage.
What happened?
Oh, it's probably the electrical panel. It's 40 years old, so it doesn't take much to trip it. It's really no excuse, and I apologize for the inconvenience.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Yeah, don't worry.
I should have it fixed soon. I just need to find my...
Oh.
What the hell,
No,
Mom?
no, no, Grace. No. Grace, stay close to me.
Are you gonna tell me what's going on? Mom, what are you doing?
Something important.
Secret passage. Oh. Oh,
Why
okay.
did you hide behind that painting?
I'll explain later. We need to find another way out.
Yeah.
Grace, come
Yeah,
on.
I'm
Come on in, Grace.
I'm calling the police.
No, don't go.
Hello? Yes, I want to report a murder. No, murders.
Grace.
Yes. The Renwood Hotel. Yes. Hurry, please. The police are on their way. Oh, my God. Mom, I feel like I'm gonna throw up.
Grace. Grace, look at me. Grab my hands. Okay, look at me. Look at me. In and out. Breathe in and out. Oh, Grace. I promise you, I will explain this all to you one of these days. Grace. Please know that you are my hope. Never forget that.
What are you talking about?
Just... I love you.
I love you too.
Okay.
Mom, I'm scared.
No. We need to find a way out of here now.
But we don't have any of our stuff,
We
Mom.
can come back for it later, Grace.
I don't.
Found you.
That's so sudden. So, I guess with that, I gotta go downstairs, go to that painting, see what they put behind it. Maybe?
So sorry. This is my fault.
Miss Ashcroft. Hangs up again. Plays out the exact same. Except this time, it's her mum.
this. I need to get out of here.
Something important. I'll explain later.
And she never did.
Where did you find that painting?
Onwards. Neat. Cool. Alright, I'll get behind that. So surely there'll be someone now to shoot at. Why is Ali Stevens requesting Sass Effects bans you? What'd you do to piss her off? She's very sensitive. I got banned from there too, lol. Harvey, what'd you get banned for? What'd you do? Hmm. For saying I learned to gaslight my ex from this one movie. Right, okay. Yeah, well, asking her cheeks were rosy. Right. Ah, yes. Yep. Yeah, probably not what you want to ask. Hey Medusa, how you coming? How you coming? How you going? Thanks for coming in. I mixed the two up. Mixed them up. You soggy meatball. No thanks. Too bad. You'll have the no Medusa, no. How you going? Thanks for coming in. I didn't didn't always make up. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Doing okay, that's good, Medusa. That's good. How are you? Yeah, good. Good. A little bit on the edge. Resi Evil is doing pretty good. Yeah, Harvey, Ali isn't anything like that. Ali's lovely. And yeah, probably best not to try and start shit. Yeah, Ali, to my knowledge, doesn't have beef with me, and it's just a joke. But yeah, I wouldn't be saying that. Thanks. If you, I would, yeah, appreciate it if you just didn't speak about anyone like that in the channel. In the channel? Here, on my channel. Oh, I can't speak. This game has got me going all around. What's in there? What's in there? Oh, there we go. Didn't seem like a joke, but okay, yeah. 100%. 100% I say so. Work has settled down and we're heading to a new town the day after tomorrow. I'm thankful my freelance work allows me to work anywhere, but I'm worried about Grace. It's difficult for her to make friends when we're constantly on the move. Maybe we can spend a little more time in the next town. Finished some research and stopped in a cafe when I noticed a hooded man. I could have sworn he was watching me. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. So the hooded man again, he's definitely following me. Oh, I wonder if it's the same hooded man. We only just got here, but I think we should move on. I can't let anything happen to Grace. Oh, might be two. Oh, is that more? There's another thing. What do I do with this? Is there anything to F here? Nothing. Okay.
Sorry, officer. What's wrong?
Don't like that.
Stung me.
Are you okay?
Don't like that.
What do I do?
Okay. Oh. Gun. Get the gun. Where's the gun? You goose. Oh, you still got a shotty. Oh, I've got a hole there. I'm trying. Yep, I'm good. Oh, that's a key. Okay. Exit. Okay, so. Okay, yep. Okay. Yep, poke him.
Get away!
Poke him.
Get away from me!
Oh my god.
Oh shit! Stay away!
Ugh. You goose. Oh, okay. We're just doing that. Okay. Oh, we're going upstairs. I can't run. I can't run.
What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?
Oh yeah, no. Hurry up. Hurry up. Oh. Yeah, but keep watching. No, keep watching him, because then you're gonna turn around and he's gonna be gone. You fool! You absolute fool! Yeah, bitten game over, 100%. Oh yeah, okay. The beginning of this game is so intense from the get-go, it's crazy. 100%. I feel like all of the Resident Evil games are rather intense from the start. You know, even the later ones. Biohazard starts off
Is anyone
slow and then
there?
gets pretty intense, and then Village is like a roller coaster. Intense, slow, intense again. They never told you the game was only 20 minutes long. Could you imagine? $110 for a 20-minute game. $5.50 a minute. Oof. Could you imagine?
Hello?
It hasn't been easy. But after much effort, here we finally are.
Who are you?
I'm the one who planted that body. I'm the one that brought you here. I know now that you're the one that I've been searching for. The special one. The chosen one. Miss Ashcroft.
Mad Eye Moody. Okay.
Now, Grace. We have so much to do.
Cool.
Talk to me. Is this one like the others?
Well, same black blotches.
And it's not post-mortem lividity.
No. No, this is...
Hey, Type Fast, how you doing? Welcome in.
That's 6 now. 6 survivors of Raccoon City, all dead from the same thing.
Yeah, that's not good.
No. No, it's not.
But I have something for you. The team has settled on a person of interest. Someone with ties to Umbrella. Victor Gideon.
Who is he?
A former T-virus researcher. Hey, I just got a report of a missing police officer. It might be unrelated, but he disappeared near where the 5th body was found. You there, Leon?
Yeah. I'm here.
You okay?
Send me the address. Check it out.
Go, Leon. Welcome back, Janther. You can listen. Honey for punishment I kill. Ooh, very exciting. I like that Leon hasn't changed his up his hair as 20 years. Yeah, there's just something about him. He doesn't need to. Why is no one asking questions about this?
You almost there?
Just about. Stuck in traffic. You've got to be shitting me.
From. Want more realism. Give me a Rossetti. Just a bald patch right at the back, right?
What's going on? Is she okay?
Oh, she's fine. I'm just taking her home.
It's just... It's... Just going down the street, just...
Leon, what's your sit rep?
I'm going after Victor.
Don't do anything stupid.
Oh, yeah, look at this.
Never.
Get out the way. You see I have a gun. Yeah, that was... Yeah, skadoodle.
What the hell, lady?
Help me!
You okay? What are you doing?
Oh! Oh, I can... Yep. That kick. Oh! I'm okay with an axe.
Get Brentwood locked down.
Sir.
What? Is it something to do with Victor?
Yeah. He's the one to thank for all the
Mine's got a
excitement.
gun, ew. Nom nom squishy. That was wet. Yeah, that was super wet. Gross. Get out the fucking way. Out. Out. Okay, you're one. You're one. Get out the way. I swear to God. Stop. I don't know if it's... Do I need to... You? Oh. Oh, handgun him. Yeah. Oh, you got a bullet. You get a bullet. You get all the bullets. So many bullets. Also, thanks for the 7th stream streak. Okay, you're eating someone, so you get a bullet. You get a bullet. Fuck. I'm hearing... Oh, okay. Okay. It's kind of pointless just shooting everyone. Maybe? Ugh.
Let's make this quick.
Did I just see the word tactical reload just come up on my screen? Oh! Son of a bitch! His head was there. Oh, I hear it behind me. Son of a bitch, fuck off. Okay, I think they just keep on coming. And they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming. There. Gimme. Yeah, I'll take you, actually. Oh, I can't. Right. Not that way?
Get away.
This way. How am I get away? Pretty sure I have, right? Outside of just running this way, he could be anywhere.
Leon, have you located Victor?
No, I lost him. I like that square one.
Not necessarily. Victor purchased a building after Umbrella went under. The Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center. I'll send you the address. Leon? We're running out of time.
I wonder if you don't, if you can kind of get through all of that, if you can keep up with them. Probably not. I reckon it's forced, right? Why is he after my blood? Oh, I was bitten actually, wasn't I?
What is this? Hey! Help! You gotta stay calm. You gotta stay cool, come on. Sing. Sing, Grace, sing. Oh, yes.
Oh. Had to be very, like, quick with that, right? Can you imagine if she just went too hard with the strap? Or maybe she did cut herself. Oh no, that was from the thing taking blood out, right? See a little cut. I thought she might have almost cut herself with the glass. Oof.
What did he do to me?
Oh my god. Raven. Hello. Hello, Raven. Oh my god. How you doing? How is your stream? Raven, everyone, for those that are watching, if you don't know Raven, Raven is an amazing guy. Go check him out. Shoot him a follow. Oh my god. Hello. Hello, hello. Adams, hello. Ali, Bash, the real Morticia, how you doing? Welcome on in. Mad Warrior, hello. Der Gamer, Agent, the Chody, nice name, the Chody. Raven, welcome in. So good to see you. What's up? Just playing a little bit of Resi Evil, Requiem. So far, so good. A little bit spooky. Good mix of both spooks and action, but so far pretty good. Jantha, get boogers. Love the shirt. Thanks, Adam. I'm actually going to go see Linkin Park next week, so very excited for that. It was chill, man. How are you? Yeah, doing well. A little bit tired, but pretty excited for Res Evil. How is it? It's good. It's good. It's slow. Compared to other ones, I would say it's probably a mix of right now, a mix of the slowness of 7 at the start and then Res Evil 2. But so far, really enjoying it. I'm excited to play this one. How far you're in? I am, I'd say 40 minutes, 50 minutes. I had a couple crashes at the start, but yeah, no. So far, the crashes were unrelated to the actual game. I think it was more the DLSS stuff. But so far, the game's been great. Not too far into it. So if you do want to play this, Raven, or anyone that's coming in from your community, if you do want to play this or see anything of it and you don't want to get spoiled, get out of here. Really get out of here. Morticia, thank you for subscribing. You don't need to at all. You don't need to. Good night, Will done. Grim. I'll call you Grim. But no, thanks for coming in. But yeah, no, so far Res Evil is great. Yeah, no, sorry, Raiders, if a bit about me, I don't really stream often, but I am a mix of a game dev and a very occasional streamer. I've been trying to stream a little bit more at the moment, but I stream a variety of games, and yeah, it's great to have you here, Raven, and thanks for thinking of me to bring your community in, man. I always appreciate you, dude. Yeah, no problem. I'm gonna look though. I can't play till later. Morticia, thank you for coming in as well. Yes, no, get out of here as well. If you want to play it, jump out. Of course, I was happy to see you on. Raven, I did see you were streaming. What were you streaming as well? Sorry, I forgot to ask. I did see that. I was so excited for RE that I completely forgot to just jump in. I also forgot as well. Bash, thank you for following. Hello. Mad Warrior, The Chody, God, still a great name. And Grim, Psycho Bill, thank you all for following as well. We were doing some golf game. It was pretty funny. Ooh, like as in golf with friends, or was it a separate one? Adam, thank you for following as well. I was about to say I'm innocent when I heard my name. Are you usually not innocent? Is that why you have to say that? It's like super battle golf. Ooh, I'll have to. That sounds pretty interesting. I'll have to maybe check that one out. I'll have to check that one out. I'm not. Sure, Bash. No, I do want to jump back into the game. So again, if anyone from Raven's community, or Raven, if you're wanting to play the new Res Evil and you don't want any spoilers at all, jump out now. But no, I appreciate you thinking of me and bringing your community here as well. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you, and it's always good to see you, Raven. Always good to see you. You're such a good dude. I always think about you. And yeah, what I'm cooking up next, I'm super excited for, and I'm hoping to get like a prologue out, so a free kind of demo of it, I guess, but still kind of related to story, and it's not part of the full game. But super excited for it. Super excited, and then there might be some Easter eggs in the full thing that you'll find out, and you can share with your community as well, Raven. But no, I'm super excited for that, and it's very cool, very cool. I'm excited, and I don't even know what it is yet. Yeah, no, Bash, I have. It's only really been like the past 2-3 weeks that I've wanted to do this for a while now, but only past 2-3 weeks where I've actually been working on it. And yes, it's a little different from the night shift. I say a little, very different from the night shift. It's still horror, and it's I haven't really said much to people about it, but when I have more information, I will let you know as well, Raven, and you can share it amongst your community and your streams. But no, thank you again for dropping by. Yes, no, I'm super excited. I want to jump back in, but I just wanted to take the time, and thank you so much, Raven, for coming by. You're so lovely. Oh my god, you're so nice, dude. I just want to say, no one else that I know ever would do what you did for a friend that went to jail, right? A lot of people just be like, oh, that sucks. But Adam, oh, no, Adam, thank you for gifting 5 tier 1s. Thank you so much. Who'd you get in that? Agent, that Chody, yes. Civic, Bun Up, Shut Up. And you got Ginge as well. Amazing people there. Amazing people. But no, Adam, thank you for that. You didn't need to at all. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you. Everyone, you don't need to subscribe at all. I appreciate it, but I'd rather you keep your money and support Raven as well, because Raven is such an amazing guy. And I know you guys do what you can to support as well, but Raven, no, stop! Stop it. Thank you for using your Prime, but you don't need to at all. At all. And fuck, before I even forget, for those that were here before Raven came in, Raven actually just released his first book, Little Mouse, and I've shared it on Sass's Discord and Scotch Pig's Discord as well, because it's such a huge achievement as well. And yeah, it's not just any book, right? It's your first one, but there's such an awesome and lovely message behind it that it's for kids, it's for families. So, dude, it's amazing. Adam, thank you for You don't need to stop it, please. But I appreciate everyone that's subscribed, that's gifted as well. Adam, you're just too good. Raven, your community's amazing. So supportive. It's too early in the day for this. I say that it's 4:20, but no. Anyway, I know I said it before. I'm gonna get in, but I appreciate everyone that's subscribed as well. You're amazing. But as I said, if you want to play, get out of here, skedaddle, because I think I'm at a point where there might be some spoilies. So yes. But this is your third and final warning. But no, thank you again, Raven, for dropping by. Okay. Much love, dude. I'll be in the background. Good. Stay in the background. Don't look at any of the gameplay or hear any of the gameplay. It's a lot of blood. Okay.
Where the hell am I?
Yeah. What do we got here? 10:03 began blood extraction. 10:05 check pulse, no abnormalities. 10:11 administered Dexyfill. 10:18 condition stable, ready for further examination. Okay. All right, onward. I really don't like that I have to walk into the door to open them. I can see that being a problem. Okay. Empty portal. Power radius. Right. Okay. Well, I don't want to throw it. God, it's so hard to see here. Okay. So I need my flashlight at some point. Maybe it's in there. Okay, door's locked. Oh. Okay. You finished Requiem last night? That's awesome. That's awesome. No, I didn't have any finger on the trigger. But obviously if you did. But no. I've heard some really good things. I've heard it's a little short, but then Resident Evil games are all somewhat short-ish, right? I need a key. Don't have a key. I just wish it was scary like 7. 7 was great. The dollhouse in... Okay, I can't do that. I need a fuse.
Code 6, all staff, initiate emergency protocol.
Who said that? Was that... Okay. The cherub key. The dollhouse in 8 was pretty good. Yeah, dollhouse in 8. Yeah, yep. Hey, Panda, how you doing? Welcome in. Yep. Okay. Oh, don't mind if I do. I swear. Oh, Panda. But it was only one section. Didn't make me shit my pants like 7 did not. Yeah. 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 No, I agree with you there. Oh, I got another bottle. Of course, I need a tool to open it. Right, okay, and then I go all the way back. Yep, okay. Need to add a loud bang as a redeem, especially for horror games. No, I don't, Panda. I can see where that's going. No, I... Yeah, I know, I already saved it. Oh, fuck. No, I don't want to save it again. Fuck, I should save it again. Okay. Note to self, add loud bang, redeem. No screaming, clean up toys, no throwing fits. Okay. Yeah. Yep. What have we got here? 2 stuff. I've moved some of the items out of the closet. The screwdriver's down the toolbox in the nurse's station. The sewing kit is... Text is blurred. Okay, so I'm not after that. Of course, I need to go get the screwdriver, which is back up the end. Fuck, no, Zach, god damn it. Why have you done this? Where's the boy? He's over there. Alright. Not late at night for once. Yeah. Yeah. It's not. It's not, Zach. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh. I appreciate that. Oh, actually, there is a redeem that I do need to change. All right, actually, I will just. Oh, I can't. I've got to do that on the Twitch side. Ugh. Boo. All right. It was the description of one of the rewards that I have just forgotten to change. Yep, we're good. Now to add a sit redeem. Work downs. With no cooldown either, so you can just keep on, you know, making me do squats. This just sounds like squats with extra steps. Yep. Yep. Alright, I'm just crouching this entire time. Son of a bitch.
He's dead.
No, is that a key? Oh no.
Infected.
You don't. How big? She big. Get out of the way. Ugh. She big. Yep. Yeah, okay.
How was that thing?
It's the sound is so cool. The sound is so cool. This is from a new friend. Yeah. Yep, yep. Okay, so I've got to go straight and then to the right in there. So let's do that. Okay. How are the legs feeling, champ? Ah! Good. Why did you... Zach, as soon as you said that, he bit my little ankle. Yeah. Hmm? Hmm? He's just been sleeping. Haven't you? And then you woke up and you just decided to bite my ankle. Hmm? I can't tell if he's still tired or not. What a cutie. I don't believe he would bite. Zach. I'm not lying when I say, as soon as you asked, I felt his little teeth go on either side of my calf. I'm glad my cat doesn't bite unless I specifically rage bait her. He's only doing it to get attention, but he only does it when I'm in my chair and my feet are dangling down. He'll go for my legs then, or if I'm standing here or at Zuna's computer. He always likes to take a little bite. Then outside of that, he doesn't bite. Okay. Okay. She came down from there. Okay, what are you doing? You can't just be banging my microphone, all right? Can I move you specifically? Okay, you good? All right, we're good. Okay. What that med injector? Oh, okay. Health. Sick. Nah, must have been the wind. Zach must have been.
This looks important.
Must have been. Okay, I was already looking up. Joke's on you. Okay. Alright. Yeah, well, move the cart then. How do I move? These spicy noodles are so damn good, but fuck, my nose is running. Is it running of spicy nudes though? So, because they're extremely spicy. Eyes are almost watering too. Alright, how can I just move this out of the way? Do I actually have to... Right. Yeah. Just leave. Just leave. Leave? We leaving? I think I'm safe just under here completely. But I just didn't want to risk it. Okay, so she's either got to jump up, and there it was. Okay, cool. What's new? Cool. Green herb. Sick.
Can't hurt to pick some, I guess.
There we go. Toolbox. Toolbox, toolbox. Open up. Give me.
Yes.
I can't move this, can I? So what do I need the screwdriver for? To get that fuse out of the other room, right? And then I use that fuse in the near the elevator door. That sounds about right. Also, Zuna was meant to be home like an hour ago. I'm real confused. Sorry, I just had to message Zuna to see that she's A-okay. She was meant to... Yeah. be here about an hour ago, but maybe she saw that I was streaming and then was like, I don't want to go home to that. Okay, so I go this way. Son of a bitch. Jesus. Yeah. You can't come in here. Nah, 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 nah.
Please, no.
Okay, so I do like that she kind of turns the room off. The power off in that room. Must be this tall to enter. I didn't see. If I run down to this, I'm safe, right? And then I run in here. Easy. We're gonna save. We're gonna save. Chip, can you stop? So what Chip's doing? He's currently resting his head against the boom of my microphone. And he gets a bit spazzy. And stop getting spazzy. Because you're moving the microphone away, or closer to my face. Kids, stop. Please? Can you stop? Stop it. I'm asking nicely. Please? Sweetie God. Stop. Don't kick my microphone. My mouse. I'm trying to play a game. Got a fuse. Alright. Yeah. Oh my god. Come on. That's so cool. So cool. Run. Yep.
Come on.
Oof. Bud, can you stop? Can you stop? 2 seconds. Hmm? One-time fuse. Aren't all fuses single use? No, maybe. Maybe. Maybe not in game world, though. Is Leon just rocking up to this place as well? You reckon I'm playing as Leon? What I have noticed so far is that the sections that I'm playing each character are relatively small and contained, and I'm not sure if that's going to. I assume it's going to get bigger and bigger, or longer and longer each time we, get further into the game. But just at the moment, I only seem to play one character for.
Mr. Kennedy, welcome. Dr. Gideon has been expecting you.
Funny. I don't remember getting an invitation.
Well, he's waiting for you.
Can't have that, can we?
Follow me, please.
Lead the way.
Who's this chick? Who is this chick?
So how long have you worked for, Dr. Gideon?
Not long. I just recently joined the team.
Recent?
We care for quite
Recently
a few
joined the
long-term
team?
patients here, all undergoing
I'll go back.
experimental therapies developed by Dr. Gideon.
Big stretch. You okay? Alright. Yeah, so each section hasn't really felt that long.
It's
I'd
all
say
very
that's about,
cutting
what,
edge.
half an hour each?
The facility keeps a low profile due to the sensitive nature of the research.
Oh, I bet it does.
Ooh. Is there anything up here? Gotta keep on looking around. I never know what Chip's doing when he's not nibbling my anks. Alright, okay. I feel like we come back this way. I'm guessing some of these bodies are gonna wake up.
Please, wait here.
And now Chip is sleeping on the couch. I think. Needs some sleep. What a place for a camera.
Code 6, all staff, initiate emergency protocols.
Mr. Kennedy, we need to leave immediately.
What's going on?
I don't know what's happening. Some kind of mass hysteria. The hospital is on lockdown. Doctor.
I think I want a second opinion.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Get off me. Get off me. Get off. I need to reload. Hey Dan, bye Dan. Thanks for lurking. No, no. Thank you. Sir. Ooh. Okay. Huh. How? Oh my god. Alright.
Nice.
You're up. You're up. Yeah, okay. Beautiful. Oh. How about don't do that? Thank you very much. I do need to sort out health though. There we go. Whew. Alright. Such a
Well.
small area. Is there any mixed herb? I guess. Oh no, I picked up thingy from space he has. Woo. Yeah, okay. Nothing. I feel like I should pick up this again. Oh, okay. Of course. Of course. Get out of the room. Load. Hunt us, seek us, find us, break us. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Oh, I wonder if there's been others that I've just missed.
That bastard did it again.
God damn it, type fast.
Just hacked into the center's network.
Good.
God damn it.
Can you find me the floor plan?
I'll see what I can do.
Well, in the meantime, I'll try to track him down.
Keep me posted.
Will do.
So at this same time is...
Come on, come on!
Answered my own question.
Hey, over here.
Oh.
You okay?
Yeah. Thanks.
Leon Kennedy, DSO.
CSO. I'm Grace. Ashcroft. FBI.
FBI. What are you doing here?
Someone kidnapped me.
Victor Gideon.
I don't know.
Well, we should leave. What does Victor want with you?
What?
Grace,
What do you
he
mean?
grabbed you for a reason.
wait, you're DSO. That's the counter bioterrorism agency, right?
Take this.
You're sure?
You might need it. Now go. Get out of here.
But he's got an axe anyway, right? Fuck, so cool.
She won't get away, you know.
Dr. Gideon.
So nice to finally meet you, Leon. Why don't we have a little talk?
Too slow.
I see you're exhibiting symptoms too. Umbrella's curse.
Rip. Oh, now I got a little shooty bang bang.
I'll be fine. I hope.
Everything's fun. It's always fun. If it's Resident Evil, always fun. Yeah. So yeah, one thing at the moment I kind of wish was that I played for one of the characters a bit longer than I am. But I also just don't know if that's going to change the deeper I get into the game. I got the other side just for... Do I need 3 things? Sun, moon, star.
This looks like it leads outside.
This is the door, is it? Ooh! Green! Okay, what's this? What is this? List of patients. You don't... I can't read that. Cannot read that. Okay, so I need a card for there and there. Is this on the map? So I'm there. So that would take me to the courtyard then. But why can't I go through the... Oh, okay. Because it's locked. And then here I've got the east wing, which will be separate to this one down here. And then the west wing, which I haven't been part of yet. Okay. So that might mean this play... Okay. This session with Grace might be a little bit longer than... Spooky. Than before. Antique coin. An old metal coin used for games. Can be exchanged for prizes in the parlor. The what? Limit how many boxes. Yeah, okay. Limit how much storage. Yep. Sick. Green again. I guess I go down.
Oh, God.
Don't you?
Who's there? Is someone there?
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry if I surprised you. You can't see, can you? Who are you? Was there someone in the other cell? Why are you in there? Everyone's gone.
Stay away from me!
Are you all right?
Get away!
No, hold on. No.
He's dead. Hey, alright. I just...
I'm sorry.
I mean, it always happens, right? In all of these games. When there's someone else that's dying. I mean, outside of... Actually, no, this is probably the first one. I mean, in general in horror, right? Someone's clearly not Westman card. Cool. There's a flashlight there. Something sharp. Yeah, well, he hasn't turned, so... Can't use this. Okay. Oh, I need a level 3 card. I don't have a level 3 card. I've just got this stupid one. Okay, so gone are the days where you can... You right-click and you combine it here. It's all in this crafting menu. Oh, look at all these things I can scrap. Why would I want to craft scrap? Makeshift knife. Interesting. But let's do you. I've got this coin. Empty bottle. How much ammo do I have? 1. I have a singular bullet. Medication room. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted past this point. In the case of irregularities, contact the lead researcher immediately. In emergencies, nothing. What a place to put that, though, right? What a place. Mind if I was in charge of card distribution, I'd give you a level 3 card. Zach, thank you so much. It's really a shame that that you're not in charge, because I feel like if I had a level 3 card, I'd just be able to skip most of this game. Or this section, anyway. So what do we got? We got to go to the west wing, which is this side. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh, okay, so it uses it, so never have to... Yeah, okay, so with that in mind, I wonder if it's going to be more of those big things, or if it's just going to be little dudes. Okay, so... Ah, yes. Another thing. Not happy with that. Level 1. I don't have any level card. Oh, there's a... Oh no, I thought that was a map. Oh, that's a big team. Oh, mates isn't in it. So, okay. This is the only way I've got to go. The issue here is, I'm assuming I get a level 1 key here. That would take me there. I would then get the East Wing key somewhere. And then I'd probably get the level 2... Or 3... Maybe 2 card... Maybe 3's elsewhere. But that's right, I'm after these 3 things here. Can't really do much here. It's literally one shot to the head. It's a big dude. Okay. There's no other way here.
Jesus.
Nope, probably shouldn't have done that. No. Okay. Oh. So I died. That happened. So I went to get past that dude then. That one was locked, wasn't it? Yep. Oh, maybe I meant to throw the bottle. I do have a bottle to throw. Yeah. Just make it show up on the map. Okay. So here... Looks like a little alcove over there, maybe? Oh, he's moving. Oh, you son of a bitch. Nope. Goose. I don't know if he comes out. If he comes out, I'm kind of screwed because I've only got one bullet. I'm not sure if he is going to come out. Zuna is all good. She got dragged out to some drinks with some work friends, so don't need to worry anymore. I was a little worried. A little worried. But we're good. Don't need to worry. So you are where I need to be. We're good. Good. What? We're not good. Shit.
Jesus.
Right, it stuns him. Oh, yeah, thanks. That's perfect. Perfect. That is awesome. That's what I wanted. He's made my life a little easier. However, this isn't cool. 0 bullets. I'm not okay with that. Not okay with 0 bullets. Okay. Back in we go. I'm not even sure if I will get more bullets. Right? Yep. Yeah, okay, we're good. Sounds like me on the toilet. Ooh. Oh, okay. So if I go here, which way are you gonna go? Yeah, we're good. You're so far away from where you need to be, sir. I don't have any bullets. I don't have any bullets. What do I do? Oh, gun. Don't mind if I do. There's no bullets. That's great. I can change, but I don't have any bullets. Vault over. Yep. Let me do that. We're just giving me everything. Nothing. Okay. Bullets. Fuck. I'll discard that. Okay. No, we're good. Leave. Yep, that's fine. Pick you up. Whew. I need a level 1 card here as well. Oh, I could open that door there actually. But I have to get... Yeah. Go through that door. Done. Run. I'm back down to 1 bullet. Anything? Cool. Sweet, I'll take it. Let me shoot. Stop moving your head. go.
Damn it.
You absolute dingus. Let's put it back on. It's useless. Is it? Alright, well that's a problem. Okay. So up is it empty coin? Don't mind if I diddly do. Was it third level? So what is this place? I know it's a. So this is just the opposite side of that. It's a care center, right? Okay. Okay. Change floor control. I didn't go into a few places here, actually. Oh, I can't go into that one. Right. Go within down. Yep. Alright. There's more up as well. I didn't get a level 3 map, did I? No, there's only 2 levels. But if I go up here... Yeah, this is a thing up here. I'm assuming boss fights in there, and I would be coming the other way. So I don't like the singing. Whoever's singing can stop. I want more ammo. That's what I want. Okay, so which one's got less rooms for me to check? This one. If I go right first. If I go left first. All NPCs must be done. Oh no, I'm also crouching, by the way, type fast. I think they're the same height. I was just crouching because I feel like I've got... Oh, okay, so I must get a tool, the same tool that opens up the door downstairs. Sorry, I just had to get a picture of Chip. The same door that opens downstairs with the wheel that came off must also open this one. So where am I in relation? Oh, okay. So quite... Yeah, okay. Cool. Cool. Scale model of the care center. Neato Burrito. Chairman's office. Okay, I wanted to see. There's nothing else. To the chairman's office. Oh, give it. Ooh, that is the gem required for the door downstairs. Excuse me? Need more. Need more. There are indents in the writing. If I click, what happens here? Oh, right, I've got it. Okay. Right, okay, so I'm meant to get it back into the middle? Is that what's happening here? So that one goes there. That goes there. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Yeah. Let's venture away from that.
What is this?
The new hire showed promise at the dinner meeting last month. Have his clearance bumped up a level and get him set up to work on the project. Send the current researcher for processing while you're at it. Yeah.
You're fired.
Oh my god. The blood. There's so much. Yep, there's blood everywhere. Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder what happened. Wonder what happened for you to do that. Yep. What is it? Read. I suspect we'll receive a visit from the DSO shortly. I want you to enact Code 6 at 11:30. I've achieved my goal and no longer have any need for this place. So was this place still functional? No, it can't have been, because the big thing... No, it didn't. I don't think the big thing existed. We didn't see the big thing, the big lady that went into the ceiling before it enacted. Yep. Shit. Alright, hang on. Close, yeah. Okay. There's not. Oh, unless I open that door and then I go downstairs. I'll be back. We go. We be back. We be back. Normal Tuesday night for Shia LaBeouf. pretty,
I hate this place. What if I can't get out?
I do like how the shots are making holes in the body as well. Alright, well, straight away, I'm going to put you, store. One of you. Maybe let's go you. Kind of want to chuck you in there as well, just for the moment. Red Jewel, I will need to get into that room on the ground level, I believe. But then I've got some room here for the pencil. I think that's it. I think that's all I need. Okay. I think that's all I need for the moment. I will be back there. Ah, Scott's hello. I will be back. Just got to go to the toilet for a sec. I might grab a drink while I'm at it. So, while I'm here. No, not pooping. Not pooping. Thank you very much. We'll do this one here so you can see the music. Alright, I'll be back in 2 seconds. Not actually 2 though. Don't count. I'm back. I didn't realize you had a perfect shot of Chip but he was all blurred out, so you would have never seen him. So they saw you, but as a little blur. I also believe it's been more than an hour. Yeah, it is. I know I keep on saying an hour, but I think the Redeem says half an hour. I just forget. I'm gonna go sit down. Ugh. $50, 60 minutes. Well, that's okay, Scots, because I have been standing for more than 60 minutes, I believe. I'm 30% sure. No, 70% sure that I have been standing for more than that. So you done good. Thanks, Zach. Okay. Music. Get out of here. Stop it. Get out. Alright. So whilst I was getting a drink and doing the quickest poo for my life, I realized that before we moved to be Grace here, I was complaining about how I wish the playing as a character was a little bit longer than the 30-minute switcheroos. And then we got into this one, and it's basically just been long. So my one complaint, swear to God, that made me jump. You son of a bitch. Get bumped. Okay. So my only thing is, does that mean this guy is still alive? Let's go around this side. We didn't do this side before. No, surely he can't be, because we exploded his head everywhere. Although I don't trust you. Oh, that is the hand. It's just blended in with the ground. For a second there, I thought it was, the hand was, like, ripped off, and it was just the bone stubs kind of coming out. Which would be relatively fucked. So not that one, it was this one. I wonder. Oh. Moon. Sun. Star. Moon. Oh, I swear I did. Maybe it was the other way around. The bone stubs sounds like a band. Okay. Moon. Sun. Star. Moon. Fuck. Can't believe. God, this just looks really cool. I can't believe that I almost just kind of got it. Okay, so green herb is that. Oh, I missed an antique coin. Ah, okay. I thought I was going to interact with the piano, and I thought I shouldn't, in case. I might grab this just while I'm at it. Thank you. I heard the door open as you did that. That was Zuna Korn. Alcoholic? No.
I had one drink. Thank you.
Jeff, I was worried.
What sponsor drink?
Yeah, okay. Miss Popular. Look at me with all my friends. Thank you, Zach. I will hydrate. It wasn't water, though. Okay, so let's chuck the... You. And here. And then the red jewel. Here.
Fake fed.
Gotta replenish the fluids you pooed. Thanks, Zach.
Fuel goes into the square hole.
Alright. Gotta ban you from going out with friends. Yeah, okay, this way. This way, and here. Shit. Oh, we're just coming this way. Okay. Ooh, imagine going out and you could instead play Civ 6 with friends. No, I don't know what she's doing tonight. Fuck, I've got 2 bullets? That can't be right. Fuck, that is right. I can't craft more. Can I craft more? Oh wait, no, that makes it into a... So I basically get the makeshift knife and make it into scrap. There's gonna be problems with this. Oh my god. He does like a Call of Duty peekaroo. Look at that, I'm not even... Oh god, I imagined him coming around behind me. Yeah, that's about right. I don't have any more ammo. I have 0 ammo. I've got to get into there. Shit. Have I done goofed? Oh no. Okay. There is ammo. Only 4 bullets. But it is ammo. However, don't get up. Okay. You got up last time. I've got to go backwards. I've got to go past the singing. Turn around. So here, I gotta go upstairs. And there it is. So if I go down, there's I can't really do anything there. Maybe restroom, or I could unlock that door. I just need to get into the parlor. Maybe I go back. Go back and try and take on Big Guy. Not this way. Down. Yep. Yep. I could probably run past. Why did the music just do that? Don't do that, music. Don't do that, music. We're good. We're good. There's nothing there. Nothing in that room. Simple lock? It's on the inside. Oh. I don't have key. A key found. Alright, so downstairs I go. Good. What has he got? Pantry key. He's a big dude. I'm assuming this is classed as the pantry. Yes. We got this. Yoink. Oh, bit of blood in here, actually. Much amount of blood. Oh, for the other... Wait a second. What does that do? Increases knife power and durability. Right, okay. Yeah. Okay. We're good. There was nothing else. Oh, there was. Scrap. I don't have any room. I could run back. Yeah, okay. There wasn't anything else in the kitchen here, was there? No. But at least I have a bit more freedom around this area now. Let's check out in here.
Weird. How do people normally get in here?
They don't. They don't get in here. Oh. I thought you... I thought you were not in... not in the office. Even though I saw you walk past, for some reason in my head, you were that way. You stared me down. I wasn't staring you down. Oh, fuck. I don't know. You know what? Zuna, can you... We're going to do a single gamble. Can you do a prediction for red, red, black, or green? Can we do a prediction? I don't know how to do a prediction. I think it's through the moderator thing, right? There we go. All right. We're only going red or black. Was there only 2 options? I thought I said green as well. That's okay. That's okay. If we get green, we just do it again. No, that's okay. No green. All right. I got green. That's okay. Get your predictions in. Red or black? Oh my god. Green is not a creative color. You're just chilling. He's being very cute today. Haven't you? Your ears are so cold. Alright. I've almost got the fuse thing working. Randomized and successfully triggering when all on. Just sometimes it's grabbing 6 instead of the 5 I specified. Interesting, but very exciting, Scots. Very exciting. Oh my god, who put... Okay. Why is... Holy shit. Okay, so we got 60 on red. We got 5.2 on black. Who's just putting... It's not even a custom value, you're just pressing the 10. Okay, we got, what, final seconds to get in your custom amount on red or black. Okay. Okay. As I said, if it goes on green, we just go again. And red got it. Red got it. Who won? Wasn't red the one with the... oh no, it was black with the... Oh no, type fast. Oh no. Fuck, well, let's do another one. Let's do another one. But maybe let's half the timer so it's not... Was it like a minute or something? Let's not do that. Let's do 30 seconds. Red or black? No green. Red or black? Oh, actually, can we pay out that one? Do we get the payout? Has the payout been gone? I can just hear Zuna frantic. I need to pay it out? No, you can pay it out, can't you? I can't because I bet. Okay. Alright, holy shit. Okay. Where is it? Where are our predictions? Okay. What was it? It was red? Holy shit. Choose outcome. Red. Complete prediction. Are you sure red is the correct outcome? Yes. Alright. I'm sorry, what, type fast? Yeah. Yeah. And if you want to bet, you can. Like, I'm happy to pay it out. Oh, Scott's also went too. I thought Type Fast you went all in. But no. Oh, we got green. I said forget green. That's okay. Don't giggle. Alright. Okay, get him in. Get him in quick. Get him in early. Fuck, this time is going. Come on, 10 points. Alright. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to attack that. I did say 30 seconds. 30 seconds just feels really quick. Too quick. Okay. We got 60 on red, 10 on black. Always bet on black. Yeah, well. Yeah, black is Type Fast. Yeah, that was a quick 30 seconds. Prediction seems to be broken on mobile for me recently. That is unfortunate. That sucks. That's not good. Ginge? Also, hello. Yeah, if my accidental melee broke it, that would have been real sad. Do we want to do another one? I'm happy to do another one if we if we want to do a little bit more gamba. Otherwise, I got some dead bodies to do it to check out. Double or nothing. Okay, we'll do one more. Mostly nothing. We'll do one more. It's what, best of 3? Get him in. It's not 30 seconds. Vote. Yeah. Zuna, if you wanted to vote as well, go for it. I'm happy to pay this one out. What other gambas do we have here? I think this is it. I think this is the only gamba. Oh. Who the hell just put 3k on green? Why is it not telling me who put... Oh, maybe I gotta look at it afterwards, maybe. Gee Willikers. Who went on green? Right, Zuna did, of course. Okay. Okay. Black. Black one. Look at that. Rigged. No. No. Type Fast. No, you went red? Oh. Alright. Mod is poor now. Okay, why is my mouse over there? There we go. Alright. That was a bit of fun. Oh boy. Easy come. Easy go. Yeah, this is what I thought that hand was. Look at these little bone stubs. I would have kind of shit myself if he... Oh, it's a hand. Card. Eastman card.
Oh, sorry about this.
Cool. Ooh. Head out, stream boy. Oh my god. I forgot. Oh shit, what was it? Black? No, hang on. I don't trust any of you in chat. Hang on. I don't trust any of you. What was it? Black. Black. Are you sure black is the correct outcome? I'm pretty sure. Alright. Alright. Who is that? So Zack and Medusa won some points in that one. Who lost points? Type Fast and Zuna. Rough. Rough. Actually, I'm just going to do it one last time. No gambles on this one. I'm just curious. Kind of what happens if it lands on green. No, okay. No games. No games. No, no. No, I just wanted to, I can destroy them now? I don't need... I need ammo. Fine. Came to stream with 7k, spent 2k, got 12k left. Hell yeah, Zach. Hell yeah. Okay. Okay. Maybe I just run back. Drop off a couple things. So I do want to check out the restroom actually as well. Excuse me? Stop that. Can I give channel points? That might be... Maybe. Hang on. Let me see. It might be a... I don't believe I've got it, but let me check. In... Da, 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 da. Oh, I don't think it's set up. Huh. It looks like one is enabled. Russian roulette. If you wanted to do that one. But I think that just gambits with yourself, right? I think. I don't actually know what that does. Oh. Okay. Basically, if you... Okay, never mind. Russian roulette doesn't do anything with points. Don't do that, because otherwise you get... If you lose, you get timed out for quite some time. So don't... I might turn that one off, maybe. I don't know. Okay. Oh. I'm hearing more things, which isn't cool. Okay, I wanted to go down here. Soup. I want to chuck shit into you. Store. If I take you and... Could you get off the back, bub? Thanks. I store you again. I store you. I store you. Plenty of space. Was it this level? Yes, it was. Yes, it was indeed. You. Reload. Let's do you again. I just want to see if I get an achievement for hitting green. Seven again. That's hit the same one twice. It hit red 7 before, didn't it? I wonder if it's only got like a set couple it can actually go to. So I'm pretty sure it went on to red 15 before as well. It was rigged. Yeah, black, black 15. I mean, look, we didn't know it was rigged. we didn't know it was rigged. But it looks like there's still a chance for it to just go on to red or black, right? But it's, yeah, it seems to be only 2. And maybe it can go on green. But we just haven't seen that. Is there someone in the fucking vents? What's that noise? Okay, I do want to kind of check out this section in here, because I didn't really... Couldn't... Oh. Oh, it's only going on 2 sets. But yeah, it looks like it was a bit of both, right? It went on to both black and red evenly, I think. So nothing was actually rigged in a way. However, yeah, didn't look like it went on to anything else. So I must get a new key of some sorts at some point. Yeah, okay. But if I go over here and I just unlock that one, then I can come back here, hopefully with more ammo. Because I'm pretty sure I just wasted the ammo that I did get just then. Ooh. Yep. Cool. Sick. And now we are going into the east wing. We don't actually need anything else from over here, do we? No, we can't get into there or there because of security 1. We need to get into there, but we don't have the thing, which I'm assuming we'll get from over here. We can't get in there because we don't have a tool. Yeah, we can't get in here because we don't have a tool. There's, yeah, 3 dudes. So, yeah, okay. Alright, I should actually drop some stuff off, save, and then go to these. Let's do that. Let's do that. Store. And then using that key, we'll use it as well. Sweet. Melee. I don't know how to melee. How? Huh. X is to turn around. But I don't know how to, I don't know how to melee. That is the word. Attack, aim, spacebar. go. Easy. Deserve that. Six bullets. Good. Special drug that destroys infected blood cells, prevents corpses from mutating. Oh. Oh. Interesting.
That's too effective.
Eh. Oh, shiny. Goodbye, shiny. Get out of here. Cool. So you... There's something under the shackle. A body with the organs removed. Am I meant to find a...
Oh, God.
A heart. I meant to find a heart. Eh. Okay. So I'm looking out for some things. A code for that, the lockbox. A heart. Okay. Much amount of blood. Okay. Hey, Sada, how you doing? It's fucking wet outside, yo? Is it? I don't think it's raining here. Have you tried putting outside in some rice? Yeah, ran out of rice. Now I have a flavorless lawn. No. And unless that connects blood which can be altered to craft other items. Use blood collected to gather infected blood which can be harnessed to craft useful items. You can increase your crafting capabilities by analyzing blood specimens with the laser microscope.
This might be useful.
Oh. Sample of mutated blood. Analyzing it with a laser microscope allows you to craft handgun ammo. Yep. Flavorless lawn is so sad. Sprinkle some salt. Yeah. What did it taste like before? Small dog. Is that? Oh. What, am I meant to... I don't know what it wants me to do. Conversions. Minimum steps 1. Why am I... What am I trying to convert here? Oh, activating all atoms? Is that one? Okay. Alright. Okie dokie. You can... Yeah, craft new... Okay, yep. Yep. I can't do it. I need more blood. And scrap. More blood and scrap. Squares are bad. My dough cubes. Okay. If I go back to... Oh, you fuck. Oh, now it's coming up on the map. Oh my god, look at all these bloods. There's 2 in there. Safe. Alright, I'm meant to go down. I'm meant to go down. Cubes are extra bad. Yeah, fuck the cubes. Well, don't actually fuck the cubes, though. Scrape. Wait a second. I got stuffs. Gimme. Actually, yeah. Yeah. Alright, we're good. The guy wants to turn the lights off. He ain't turning the lights off. Is this blood my blood? I only got so much from that dude. Where was the other one? On the table? Oh, the bucket. That makes much more sense. So much blood. Yoink. Oh, I should make that actually as well. Stay down. Can I drain you of blood, sir? Is that a thing I can do? Surely. Surely I can suck the blood out of you. Maybe not. Maybe no suck. I have enough bullets for all these guys. Where are they going? Get shit on, son. Shit, what are you doing? The pistol is basically useless in this game. Yep. Yep. It's like 4 headshots to get one, to kills. Why did that woman decompress when you shot her? I don't know. Why not? You might as well use a Nerf gun. Yeah. Hmm? Yeah, you want down? No, I don't know what you want of me right now. What? Yeah. He screamed at me and then left. Yeah, well now he's got both paws on my arm. What are you trying to do? What's happening here? Can I not play game? Okay. He's purring. Why are you purring? There you go. Alright. Down we go. He's being very cute. Hmm? He's getting comfy? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. But he can't get too comfy because I'm playing the Resident Evil Requiems. He's so beautiful and that cat's so pretty. Yes. Ah, stop it, Zach. Yeah. But no, he is a very pretty boy. Don't let him get up there. He's not gonna just look. No, but he's a very gorgeous boy. Ugh, son of a bitch. Don't bite me. I don't know. Should I hear him? So I didn't actually try. Didn't I try? Yeah, there's a couple things still there. But I love how it took you an extra second for the penny to drop that you And I'm sure you saw it as well in my face where I was like, oh, wait a second. So there's some blood. There's some blood down here. What's happening? No, I just want the blood. I don't care.
Hey.
Oh, there's a hole in the ceiling.
Are you alright?
You're the lady from before.
Yeah. This is, you're, did anyone hurt you? Because I can't see? Oh, no, that's not what I meant.
It's not my fault. The doctors gave us both medicine.
Made our eyes go bad. So there was someone in there? There's another bed in this,
My friend. Marie.
I wonder if she was the big lady.
She just disappeared.
I'm pretty sure she also had like a gown on, right?
I'm sorry.
There's a hole in the cell and there's a hole above
I
us.
was happy it wasn't me.
Is that bad? I'm just gonna keep looking around.
So yeah, this hole, and then here, I reckon she started off as a little kid, made this hole, then became some massive creature, and yeah, okay. I need scrap. Scrap. Is there scrap in the chest? Did I put scrap in here? Very nice. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna scrap the other one, and I'm gonna do this one. More balls. More bullets. Those are shocking cataracts. Oh shit, is that guy okay? I don't think so. I don't think that guy's okay. I don't think that guy's okay at all. Alright. So I need to kill this last dude. And then I need to suck some of this blood. He's just trying. Is she making this noise because she's kind of hurt? She's kind of hurt, right? Yeah, she is. Oh. And if I grab that as wheel... Oh, I wonder if I could have hid behind here, actually. And have them walk past. I believe that might have been a... there it is. Number 2. Oh, you know what that'll probably be, actually. We'll probably do this whole thing with, Leon. I reckon those are doors for Leon. Not Grace. Dan, stop. I'm not playing Bongo Cat. Let's close you. Got another antique coin. I don't have a knife for it. Because I've scrapped them all. Okay, so. I reckon that's it. Yep. Holy shit. Huh. See, I reckon those security doors then are Leon. And then... Oh, wow. Okay, so now I'm on the same level as... Oh, there's not much here, actually. There's not much here on this side. Lead researcher's office. Alrighty. Don't mind if I diddly do. Is there anything? New. I know there's a door back there. Oh, save. So things in here are going to be pretty safe then, surely. If there's a save spot here. What this? Old dudes. Artificial organ transplantation experimental team. What does that spell? Ayo, Ted. I thought that was going to be something cool. It wasn't. And I'm sorry for that. For my secretary, I misplaced the key for the puzzle box padlock. None of the other executives must find out. I need you to locate it discreetly before next week's meeting. If you can't find it, get the bottle of corrosive from the conference room. Melt the lock off. Oh. Okay. Well, wherever that is, we've got the moon and sun. Where'd that at? Oh. Gotcha. Okay. Things are all making sense now. And then we've got star, sun, star, sun, moon, sun. Star, sun, moon, sun. Okay. Star, sun, moon, sun. Why is there just a body, like, on the actual map? It's kind of cool, but... Star, sun, moon, sun. Oh, it's because it's a... Oh! Oh!
Oh, what the fuck was that?
Oh! There's a safe spot. It's safe in here. Go away. I like shit myself a little bit because I picked up the security band right when the fucking loud noise came through. I didn't want to put it away. Okay, so okay, so when I theorized before that the security rooms were for Leon, they are not, because I just picked up the level 1, which means we got a bunch more rooms to go to. So if I go down the stairs, I can go to the security point. Although, actually, can I go back through? Ooh! This is me trying to get into the fridge. Sword. So we can't go that way. We've got to go down the stairs. And here, well, we're basically just got like a run for it, right? Now's not the time. Fuck, it isn't. Let me save. Okay. We just got to run for it. Okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's all good. It's all good. I've got ammo. We've got an ID bracelet. We got that. It sucks that you take up room. Okay. Run. It's gonna like bowl down here, isn't it? Yep. Yes, sir. Transfusion. Oh, shit. I don't have room. I don't have room for any of this. We got a note. Okay. My master's research has come to fruition, and that child, she must be the final piece of the puzzle. I need to get my hands on the child's data. I'm sure this will bring me closer to his vision. The organization was able to get me the child's medical records. It was lacking in certain areas, but did have her genetic information. I can use this. Oh, actually, okay. Okay. So I can use that. Perfect. Now, I have... Can I just use that? No. How did you know I'm here? How did you know I'm here, big boy? Blood specimen reversal. Oh. Right, okay. Okay, I don't really know. I guess I gotta fill it up with blood, but I do need an empty space. Okay. I kind of want to get back to the boss. Okay. Sure. So this one is green. I reckon he's got a level 2 bracelet on. Because level 2 is green as well. Jesus. Okay, so my thoughts on the little girl in the other cell, or whoever was in the other cell. Yeah, you might. Oh, actually, there we go. Shit. But I was wrong. I thought the monster was the other one, but there's been 2 monsters now, or big ones. I'm just itching my leg with my other leg. Stop. Don't need to look. You can look at the camera though. Make a little noise at the camera. You're absolutely bonkers. Alright, down you go. What am I doing? Where am I? Can you stop? Okay, I don't want, but I do want to check out. Is it up? Was it up again? Down. Down. I swear there was 2 rooms down here. Oh, I checked that one out. Yep. If I check out this one here, oh, it's massive though. Maybe I just check this out here. If I can. Can I actually get more blood from this dude? Why is she hiding? Why is she hiding like that? Onwards. You're new. Run. Push. No. Shot you a bunch already, thank you very much. So if I suck some of you, get it to a Hanji. I didn't have to unlock it again. Ooh, I wonder if this goes up. Yeah, nice, okay. Yep. Oh! Ah, neato. Scrap. What are you? I need you. I need you specifically. What the fuck? Lockpick? Oh, okay. Right. It's coming together. I just need more space. I need more space. There's not... I don't have enough... I mean, there's a few things here, so maybe one of them is... a recipe in order? Okay. Let's save. And then I might go check out... I want to check out the garage. Huh. Not too bad. Oh, there's a couple things in there, actually. Can I? Huh? How do I get in there? It's that way. Hmm. Right. Okay. Yep. How do I
Give me a fucking break.
I don't know how I was gonna do that if it didn't stop. Oh, okay. This starts again. I'm royally fucked. Okay, there we go. Do it this way. The baby block. Is that how you put it? Chip? Fuck, where did he come from? Maybe the outside? Because that's the front door there. Odd. Okay. No, he's Chungus. Chungus, chunky, fatty fat Bloomer's boy. Yeah. All of those. That's just the one name for him. Fuck, I've got quite a lot of ammo. Quite a lot. I didn't expect to find the salmon. Excuse me? Okay. Okay. Let's save. No, I didn't like that. Does that mean fatty, fat is over here? The inhabitor's back. Could be. We actually haven't had any issues.
Oh, God. What?
No, no. I don't like this. I got ammo. Specifically, not to fucking be pulling this shit. Oh my god! The fuck? Fucking hell. No. What? $30 bullets. I'm not even sure if I meant to be able to heal this dude. If I run out, I'm just going to load previous save. How the fuck am I meant to... This... Bro's invincible. 100%. I didn't pick that up. You go in here. I'm going to chuck you in there for the moment. Yeah, because I... So 39 bullets, and he still didn't go down. I'm going to go this way then. We're going to go around. That is fucked. So this keeps on going up then. Oh, yeah. And then we would also come up here. Fuck, let's keep on going up. Okay. I won't continue going up then. Oh, we've got one here. Okay. What? Subject, Grace Ashcroft. Period of observation, September 9th to the 16th. Detective MD Birdie, RGT Detective Agency. Summary of investigation, employed by the FBI at the Midwest Field Office. Lives alone, close to her office, goes home late. Often after midnight, spends her free time at home. No confirmed contact with others. Findings. It's difficult to get close as the target rarely leaves the FBI Midwest Field Office area. If you want to make contact without raising suspicion, it would be best to do so when she's away from home. More detailed report and several photographs will be sent at a later date. Okay. Grab a lot. Get down. No, no. Son of a bitch. Yep. Shit. Mm-hmm. Yep. Fuck off. Stop that. Okay. Oh, I wonder if I meant to use the stealth one on the invincible dude. Maybe. Oh, okay, yes. Okay, now I know. Yep. I was confused as to why there was one singing. I am very aware now. This is all making sense. I do hate that I hear her still. Analyze. I don't have anything to analyze. Here. Leans into crotch. Slurp noises. A retrieval mission was conducted shortly after 1:30 a.m. at the Wrenwood Hotel. We were dispatched soon after to dispose of any evidence. All witnesses at the hotel had already been taken care of. The body of the assassin was also destroyed. But a stroke of luck with that fire. As they say, the best place to hide a leaf is in a forest. Do they say that? I mean, it makes sense, but is that a saying? They said incident will likely be ruled an act of arson, homicide by some nutcase. Any evidence linking us to the scene is gone. Fuck. So where do these windows come out? Yeah, okay. Kind of makes sense. There's nothing else in here, really. I lied. There's a thing. Injector. If I use that one, and then... There's a thing in there. I did pick up the wrench, though, so I might be good to go downstairs into cold storage. Yeah. I am concerned, though. What do I need for this? Scrap. Okay. I might make a insta-kill thing. Oh, okay. So that is also... Okay, I can't do anything with this empty one just yet. Okay. Alright. Alright. So that one's gonna come. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. Okay, so she's walking now. She's walking up and down the fucking hallway. Yeah, good. Get up. Get up. I don't actually know what I'm supposed to do with those, because they take quite a few shots, unless I'm meant to just knock them down and run past them, which is fine, but I feel like I'm gonna need to do some things. If only I could fast travel. I'd fast travel to the other side. Okay. Alright. So, let's store you. Oh, unless it's a Requiem gun. For high powered weapon. So power, what's the power on? Pretty low. I don't have many ammo for this guy. Could actually... I can't... Yeah, so I've only got one shot. How do I install... Yeah. Oh, just by holding it. Right, okay. I thought I had to install it onto the gun. Knife power and durability. Yeah, fuck. Okay. Alright. If I try and get past him, knock him down. No, but I do want to actually go up to that cold storage. So my best bet would be... How much space do I have? Yep. Not much. Maybe I do drop off that. I really wanted to take it. Might keep the wrench. All of this for one room. I feel like you're going to come back at some point as well. I want to get past her. What are you doing? Getting the cans out. Did you put food out for him? No. Did it early. Yeah. It's different. Yep. Holy shit. It's hard. It's hard. Oh. Jesus. Give me in. Fucking hell. Artificial hat. Nice. Oh. Fuck. I don't have a thing. I don't have a thing. Yeah, okay. Oh, I didn't have any health. Oh. They're sound-based? I mean, if that's the case, easy. Let's try. No, I want to take. Yep. And then we make you. I believe. No, I think I picked up 3 things, right? Heart, blood bag. Oh, there was ammo as well. Okay. So this is the test that they're sound-based. folks. What's he doing? He's just mowing everywhere. So wait for her to walk past. Because if they're sound-based, we might be able to sneak past. We gotta wait for... So I think she's there.
Oh God, what?
Go up. He's gonna come back. What if? I do that. No dice? I was kind of hoping that that would... lure. And I might need... Might need this bottle. I don't think the bottles would come in handy anymore, but here we are. Come on. Yep. Oh. Okay, so they are sound-based. And then here, basically, we need to filing room, get in here, and then get through. I think it's like 3 of them in there. That guy walks like me around the old apartment after I walked into the coffee table. Zuna's not at the computer. She's doing adult things. Okay. I thought I just saw the F button. Nope. Okay. Cool. Scrap. And then we get ammo. Ammo. Okay. So we've got a few fusion baggies. Okay, there's not... Oh, if I do this one, actually. Yep. Use that. I can use that. Perfect. Look at that. We are back with a lot of blood. No, we're good. Don't do the strings. I haven't... Oh, there's a dude in here? Oh! I'll take it. Two more is better than what I had. Good. Good. Alright, now I need to get out of this side. I don't think there's anything else really on the left side, right? Except for this area up here, which I can't get to yet because I don't have the right tool. That comes up on the map now. Excuse me? Yeah, I thought when I stuck them from sucked the blood out of them, that they wouldn't transfuse again. Or like do the evolution thing, but I guess they do it anyway. Yep, we're good. I don't think there was anything... Oh, something. What are you doing? Pardon? Things. Okay, we're good. Save. And then hunting knife, I could probably scrap that and make a second one of them actually. Let's do that. It's great. What else was in here? Anything in here that I needed? Organ transport box. Don't think there was anything there. Empty injectors, can't do anything with that just yet. I might take you. Got health. Got the heart, which I could go put in now. Still don't know what that would do. I've got the bracelet. Got ammo. I don't know what this parlor is yet. We haven't quite got that far. Here we go. Give you the heart. Oh, he still needs... Oh, it'll be in the fucking box, won't it? The removed lungs are displayed on right. Yeah, okay. So that'll be in the box. Is there anything in the world that tells me? Still don't know what that is. Oh, but yeah, okay. Let me, might go. Done. Okay. It's not... Alright. Yeah, so... I still don't know. Maybe it's because he saw me at the start. I'm not sure if they're still... Well, tubby boy. I don't think he saw me. What are you destroying? I'm gonna take this time. Wait a second, can I... Oh! In the butt! I'm gonna go this way.
Shit. Is that not enough?
Nope. Going this way. I don't care. Run, 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 run! So I'm gonna go into the area that he was blocking me from before. Yep. What the fuck? I shouldn't have jumped over? Oh! Fuck, he's behind me. Oh my god. Stop it. Oh, shit. Don't scream. Don't. No. Fuck off. Holy shit. Are there more cat names? Or pet names? God. Holy shit. Following an experiment with an overdose of Ziprevel, the subject started to have auditory hallucinations and became aggressive and difficult to control. The subject exhibits erratic behavior when exposed to loud noises. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, are these... Okay, so we've got, so that is Martin L. Case, auditory sensitivity. I wonder if he's... Oh, we haven't really come across one that's does stuff with loud noises. But we've got this one, surgical removal of some cranial nerves resulted in a type of histrionic personality disorder that can only be described as main character syndrome. The patient continues to wander around the care center singing. Is that the one I just killed? Or is that the one that's on the other side of the wings that is also singing? Oh, no, okay, no. Okay, so that was the one that we just killed. Then we've got Selena. Her symptoms are more pronounced than Zimmerson's. She often puts on performances in the West Wing's bar and lounge as if she's competing with her rival. So, okay, so we just killed Eileen, and then Selena is on the other side. I don't think we've seen Martin L. Case. Corrosive.
This'll do.
Names for Marty. Hell yeah. The cheeks. Little big boy booty cheeks. Are we still talking about Chip or are we talking about me now? Okay, so now I've got to go back into the lead researchers thingy. Surely I can just get there. You. Okay. Thanks, Zach. And Zuna. You're welcome. Ugh. Look at that. Give me your blood. Okay. Here's a lot of blood. Hey, Blongy, how you doing? Welcome in. Okay. We're gonna save. Okay, so this one. Why?
Miss Ashcroft. Come in. I won't harm you. I was just looking for Dr. Richardson.
Why did you kidnap me?
Kidnap you? I liberated you.
Who are you?
Oh, forgive me. Dr. Victor Gideon. I run this center. It took forever to find you. You're not like other people, you know. You're quite unique. Through you, Elpis can finally be set free.
Why me?
Because my master made you who you are. Ah. Phase 2's about to begin. Would you like to see what's hidden under the hood?
No, I know, I need...
Grace! Wait! Grace! 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 There's no escaping your destiny.
Okay. She's smart. I thought we weren't allowed to get back into that room. This guy sounds quite a bit like Willem Dafoe. Longy, how the fuck are ya? What's the character's name? I want to. It is Victor Gideon.
What the fuck does he mean, destiny?
I believe it's Victor Gideon. Gideon Victor? No. Gideon was the second name. Victor Gideon. Let's see if I can remember. Star, Sun, Moon, Sun? No. Sun, Star, Moon, Sun. Sun, Star, Moon, Sun. No. Star, Sun, Moon, Sun? Got it. Got it. Got it. Leatherbound notebook. Is that the guy from Village? No. No. Oh. Fuck. If only I brought the box. Now I've got to go back and then do the thing. Fuck. Okay. Good. No, this is a new character, I believe, Scott's. Mutated T virus strain. Herein documents a theory that uses the T virus to control memories and will. This research shall serve as a guiding light for all of humanity. In rare instances, repeated mutations of the T virus can trigger an abnormal reaction in an infected individual's body, leading to changes in their blood. The mutated strains of the T virus will likely sweep the world, and total eradication will be impossible. Those infected by the mutated T virus strain firmly retain their pre-infection habits and characteristics. Blood transformation. Within this lies the key to humanity's evolution. Okay, I did that one. Did that one. Did that one. Okay. Oh my god, okay. Oh, I didn't... Did I? Wait. Yeah. Wait. Moon. I already done the moon. Sun. I've already done the moon. Why have we got... I think I've done the moon one. Moon, star... No, moon, sun, star, moon. Where? So I got one from the chairman's office. And it was this one. And I don't know what that one was now. I believe it was the moon. But we can find out. We'll go back to the main placey. Anthony Byrne. Yeah, Byrne, apparently. He's been in some films, TV series, and a lot of games. Oh, I didn't realize Neil Newborn was the voice of Heisenberg. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was, yeah, I don't think it was online. I mean, I only found out after, I think, Baldur's Gate 3 when Neil Newborn was on the radar of voice actors for me. I should pick up you, actually. Oh, hiccup, my god. Because I don't think I will have to come back up here. Error again. There's a lockpick. Holy shit. How did I miss that the first time around? Yep. Cool. Okay, now I've got too much stuff to... I've got to go back here. I mean, I could put... No, I don't even have the thing. Okay, so I've just got to go back. Ugh. And then I'm assuming the last... I need to go in here as well. The last... Shit, I just realized that I might actually have to go through this waiting room because Fatty McFat is probably in this area here. I wouldn't be able to sneak past. Yeah, right. I don't even have enough ammo for anything. I don't even have scrap. Probably just run past though. I'll see if Fatty McFatso's here. And if he is... I'll just come back. Where did he go then? Where'd he go? Also, I do need to... I think I'm going to have to go into that isolation ward next. Which is whatever the fuck... Okay. No, I need... If I store you... Yep. So let's open this up. So, hand... up. 1, 3, 4. Auto. Hand up. Oh no, hand middle. Hand middle. 134 auto. Let's try. Hand. Okay, those two go down. Okay, so it didn't matter what order, because I realized that I botched it up halfway through. I realized I did it out of order. Okay, so I got the lungs now. I could probably put... Chairman's office. Yeah, okay, so I've done that one then. Yeah, okay. Okay. So these pictures here... don't mean a thing. Don't mean a thing. Okay, if I chuck you... chuck you, I've got 9. But... I might actually take the 3 of you out. Yep, we're good. Yeah, okay, so I've already done the moon one then. Sun. Last one is star. Which... currently, I would assume is here. The only place that I haven't been yet. But I do want these. I want these. I have enough spots. So I might go check that out, and then I'll do the lungs at the same time. Yep. Save. Am I hurt? No. She's just panting for fucking no reason. Why are we banging? Oh, actually. It's in here. Okay. Alright, look, I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay, so Tubby didn't want to be there when I was coming down because there would be no actual way to get past, and then they've just put him back in.
Of course it gets up.
Can't I just... Alright, level 2. Thanks. Okay. Alright. Okay, metal. Lockpick. Really making no sense for that. Just like Build-A-Bear, but for creepy zombie human. Yeah, and then I had to immediately kill him. I don't know why I had to do that, and I just couldn't shoot the strap off. But also some free grippers over there. Free dogs. Oh. Excuse me? I don't know where it sounds like it's in the hallway, but it also sounds like it's in the fucking room with me. Oh, what's this? Oh, blood. Oh, a little tubby boy. Hey, yo. Hey, little tubby. Now I gotta wait for him to fucking do a 360. I can't. Dirty fucking shoes. Okay. Don't turn around. He's such a little tubby. Little tubby dude. Okay. So you're a thing I can pick up. Yoinkies. Then you. You. That noise was fucking terrifying, by the way. Oh. Wait, can I? Oh, no. I don't like that. I don't think that was open before. Which is equally terrifying, I think. You. 4 steps. Activate. You would do you and you. Nope. Reset. You would do you. And then you. Okay. So you get those ones. I then need to get you. If I do you... No. Okay. Fuck, didn't mean to do that. God dang it. Let's rotate to... If I do you guys go... I think I might have to... You. I go you. Son of a bitch. So I've got to do it in 4 steps. I hate how right mouse button takes us out. Hate it. Okay. So... You would change you. Oh, wait. No, hang on. I had... Shit. I thought I had it. So you... Yeah. Am I dumb? 4 steps. Maybe dumb. Thanks. Oh, maybe not. So. Ideally, I think you kind of want that one. Alright. You. Oh. You? No. Wait a second, hang on. You. No. Bam. Bam. I know, I'm doing it the wrong way. That one? That one. First try. First try. So what do steroids do? Increase max health. Effects are permanent. Ooh. Oh, I can't even do those anyway. I need more blood. A higher, bigger blood thing. First use if try? No, Zuna. First try. Immediately. I opened it, and then I got it. Thank you, Zach. Why, you lied? No, I'm not lying, Zuna. I'm not lying. Thank you very much. Well, I can't make... I need... whatever. First try. Thanks. You're all believing me. Zuna's the only one that's not understanding. And I don't know what I've done to make it feel like this. Is there some place... Just keeping it real. I don't know. I don't know. I kind of don't want to go into the isolation ward yet. I don't think I've got enough. I don't think I've got enough ammo. And it's scary. It's all dark. I got 1. I've got 1 ammo. I've got a singular ammunition. No, Crichton. No, it was definitely not 10 tries. First try. Maybe shoot it. Make sure it works. Zuna, no. That's not happening. Fuck. Medication room is 3. 2. I do think there are some goodies in here. However, in saying that, I don't have the ammunition to deal with what's in there. Unfortunately. And if I go second level, I mean, I could check what's... Maybe I check what is in the simple lock. And that should be at the end there. No. That shouldn't. There is a thing here to unlock. But maybe I do that. There might be ammo there. It's okay. Do I have a... No, I don't have a purple thing. Well, I feel like the next time I come through here, I'm just going to get rear-ended. Alright. Immediately blinded by the brightness. So if I check out what's in here, make some room, store that bad boy, store you. Requiem I don't need. Antique coin I don't know, still I don't understand. I don't have a knife to the charm to work. It's magic. I will save. And I will go check out that that lock box. Locked box. Lock. There's that one there as well. I could try that one. I don't think there's any others, is there? That one. That one. Nothing. Okay. 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 I have two. We go check. At the first sign of an enemy, I cannot shoot. I can't shoot. I could probably run past. I do want to maybe check this other one first. I don't believe there is an enemy. You have to shoot it if it's an enemy. I don't. And I won't. Don't have to shoot it. And I will not shoot it. Of course. That makes sense. I might have, I might be in a bit of a spot of bother, everyone. What happened to my 36 ammo, by the way? Didn't I have 36 ammo? Surely I haven't shot every bullet of my 36 ammo that I did have. Is there anything over here? Anything. Anything at all. I'll take something. Anything. Oh boy. Yeah, yeah. I don't know what the point of me holding that is. Especially if I don't have... You know what? If I'm just going to have one ammo, I'm going to make sure I have two ammo. Nope. I'm going to make sure... Nope. I'm going to make sure I got two ammo. Yep. Register... That one. Register that one. Now I have two ammo. Suck it, game. Alright. Fuck. Okay. I swear I had 36 ammo at one point. And I don't know where it's all gone. Unfortunately, I do think I have to go in there. I think that might be a... Can you stop? Can you stop for 2 seconds? There's nothing else in there, surely. It's the way I want to go. Oh, he is so fat. You're literally going the way that I need to go. Alright, let's go on here. Oh great, an antique coin. I need ammo. You scared me just then, out of the fucking corner of my eye. Because I'm going through this area. No, don't boo me. That's not... No, stop. Us. All of that, I did get ammo, and now it's all gone. I'm down at 0. I went from 2 ammo to 0. We'll be updating the following safes in the facility. East Wing. Waiting room. West Wing. Bar and Lounge. I haven't seen the one in the Bar and Lounge because there's the 3 doobie-dads there. But what's the code? The remaining safe will be replaced at a later date. Okay, but what's... Oh, that's this one. Don't see what code it would be. Shit. Leave. If I discard you, not ideal to discard something, I know. I need ammo. Yep. And then we check out what else is here. Yep. Oh, we're all good. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, no. Okay, we're doing things. Bitch. This goddamn game. Okay. You're not scaring. No, you only scared me the first time. Doesn't work multiple times. Hello, Shads. How you doing? Welcome on in. Yeah, if you're gonna be playing Resident Evil, by the way, the new one, get out of here. Don't watch. Don't even lurk. I don't want to spoil anything for you. You're gonna play it. I'm a little bit tired as well. I get it. I'm good. I'm good. Yeah. Outside of being a little tired, I'm swell. I will, but in several months. Shads, why only in several months? I'm gonna have to put you in there as well. Got other things to do first. That is fair. That is fair. Completely get you. But no, I'm doing well. I'm doing good. Living Da Vida Loca. Things okay with you? How was your birthday? How was the rest of your birthday? Also, for everyone in chat, if you didn't know, it was Shads' birthday not yesterday, day before. It was this week. Yesterday. Perfect. I knew it was a day. Just the week goes too fast. For some reason in my head I thought it was earlier. Mates bought me out for drinks last night. That's awesome, dude. That's so good. Lily, hello. How you going? Welcome on in. They're feeling old and rough today. Jeez. I bet. Well, I mean, you only turn 30 once, Shads, right? That's a huge butt, by the way. Yeah, Lily, I'm up to this part. I've got the level 2 wristband. I'm just about to hit the isolation ward. I am just running out of ammo. Don't have enough. So I'm trying to do things to get ammo. Okay. These puzzles suck. So if I do you, I say they suck, but I just did it. Be right back. I need to take meds out of the fridge before I forget. Yes, take your meds out. Take your meds out of the fridge. Holy shit, what do I need? I don't have enough blood? Back in the main room I go. Okay, good. Good. You. Oh, there's only 10 here. Where's there more blood? Where's there more? There. 30, I need more. 70. Okay. Maybe I go get 70 first. And then come back. So how far are you and have you swapped characters or yes. So you kind of swap characters rather early on, and that was a big complaint of mine initially, because you would play as one character for 30 minutes, then swap back to another character for 30 minutes, then swap back to the first character. And I didn't really felt like I was just kind of but yes, and then we've kind of been Grace for a good while. I only get 2? Fuck. Oh. And then, yeah, so I've pretty much been playing this now, Lily, for, let's say 4.5 hours. I ran into a couple crashes at the start. Out of gameplay. It was all technical stuff. But yes, no, since I've been this character in this area, I haven't swapped back. I assume once I get out, my goal at the moment is to get these 3 little indents filled up there. I've got 1 left. So I've got to go into this area here now, which is my next goal. I have been smashing big vases. Vases? Vases. Vases? Vases. I do need to put those bullets into this guy. Vazoozas. Why does that sound why does that sound real bad, but also kind of makes sense. Okay, I know exactly where you are if there is 1 left. Yes, I've got 1 left. I want to assume it's here, but it could also be in here. I don't know. Or, actually, I say that, there is one area that I can't get into, which is here. I probably wouldn't be surprised if it's there as well, because that means there's been 1 on that level, 1 on level 2, 1 on level 3. But yeah, so anyway, I'm slowly getting there. kind of got stuck on the big, not big, the little dudes that grow the big heads. That still kind of makes me a little curious. I just don't know how to kind of get around them because they take. Oh, and one save there, I think I shot 39 bullets, was it? 39 bullets. Oh, mate, still didn't die. I call them fancy goldfish. The ones with the big heads? Come on, this way. Okay, yes, yeah, the ones with the big looking heads, yep. That's exactly what I'm thinking of. Hey, yo, big fatty. Is there anything else in this room? Scrap! How did I miss the scrap? Where's the scrap? Oh my god. Okay, I'll take the scrap. So I can't really miss with... Oh shit, he's turning around. He's turning around there. He does look like something out of Little Nightmares. 1, 2? I don't remember. I haven't played 3. I think 1. Little Nightmares 1. Cool. Yeah, well, the rooster sounds is something in here. I'm at phase 2 apparently. I don't know what the fuck that is. But a little scary. This is fucking scary too. I need to get on to the furthest side. Okay, we're good. We're Gucci. Have you found the organs? Yes, I have. I found all of the organs. Yeah, found all of the. No, you're all good, Lily. So found the organs. What are the puzzles? I've got the wrench. I don't have whatever tool I need to open cupboards or one of the doors. This is my first time watching on my new PC. Oh, you've got the new PC. Perfect. How is it? Is it better than? I think you were on a laptop before, weren't you? How exciting. How exciting. As per the doctor's orders, from today I will take part in monitoring the progress of Subject 171. She's emotionless and unsettling. This assignment fills me with unease. So that's September 3rd, 7 days later. Subject 171 is blind and requires a lot of assistance. I felt sorry for her and tried to offer some comfort by stroking her hair, but has always received no reaction. Such an unnerving child, I want to go home and shower. So are they talking about the little girl, or maybe the other one that we don't know anything about? 14 days later, so 2 weeks later, for some reason the security manager joined me today. He asked Subject 171 2 or 3 questions about blood, but of course a child wouldn't know how to respond. What a strange man. Fair? Fair. It is great. I have a gaming laptop with a 3050. My tower PC has a 3070, 3080, I think. Very cool. Very nice. I think they mean the little girl. I think so too. You okay there, Chip? You enjoying just chilling out? Being comfy? Comfy cozy? He doesn't want to eat his food. Is this the food that he demolished today? Why don't you want your food? Go eat your dinner. Din. Chomp away. Hello. Yeah, hang on. I want to see if... I want to see... Chip. No, the camera doesn't get it. Okay, whatever. You had your chance to be cute, and you blew it. What's his name, age, breed, and location for Cuddles? Well, why is my game... There we go. His name's Chip. He's over 1. Breed is Ragdoll. Brown... Okay. He's eating his food now, by the way. Yeah, Ragdoll. What's the... Not Shane Dawson. What's the... He's not purebred. He is mink. Is it mink? Mink. Yeah. Mink Ragdoll. Location for Cuddles. Our house. Yeah. He's a cutie though. He is a cutie. Okay, let me in. Hey, it's the last one. Star. Moon. Whatever. Star, Moon. He's dead. Why is there a room back here? Is something gonna burst through the wall and pull me in? Or just burst through the wall? Oh, it's... Okay, it's only... Wait.
I can't tell which button's which.
Wait. Yeah. Excuse me? It is brown. Yeah, but I can't select the buttons. Puzzle box. Thanks. Oh, am I meant to find... Right. I think I'm meant to find what's in the top. What's this one? Maybe things will slot in with the same braille text. Yeah, usually there's symbols in the top bit that are missing, so I think I've got to go find them. There have been a number of cases where corpses infected with the mutated T virus strain have exhibited rapid tissue regeneration and sudden violent behavior. Analysis of the large tumor that formed on the heads of these patients revealed a sudden change in red blood cell patterns consistent with the pattern found in urine tests. This additional mutation is considered a side effect. Yeah, but how do I beat it? How do I beat that mutation? Are they just stronger? So... Am I missing something in here? F.
Oh, this must be it.
Star, moon, sun. Star, moon, sun. Okay. I do that cinematic. Then thing. Boss fight? Maybe?
These girls. They look just like...
blinding.
You're the one that locked her up.
You're a monster.
I'm gonna borrow this. I bet she can read that.
You... I heard you. But this last one's son, because there's 3. Oh, that's also got 3. Unless that's... Oh, this is actually 4, sorry. This is the same thing. So sun, moon, star. How hard is it? Let me press the buttons. I don't need to go get the girl. That's sun, the middle one's moon, and that one is star. This is a fucking... I don't know how if Braille works like that, but judging by... I'm pretty sure there's a character in Braille for each letter. I don't think there's Braille that combines letters. And I'm just going by the numbers. But moon is definitely the middle one because the two ones in the middle are the exact same. I think that's 4. So yeah, so sun, moon. What you having backwards? Honest, maybe. Maybe. Alright, well now I've got to scooch by Tubrillion. Okay. You did? Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Jesus. So this was pretty good. This gun? Oh, good. Good for those sudden dudes, but it's a lot of ammo that I've just gone through. Was there something I can do? Can I make you? Can I make you? Yep. Let me chuck you in there. Okay. We Gucci. I'm gonna open this one. Doll. There's nothing to... But there might be something to... It's hidden. Alright, little girl. Come on.
Hey. Why did they put you in there?
I don't know. I've always been here.
Do you mind if I come in?
I don't mind.
So, sorry. I'm with the police.
Police?
Yes. I'd like you to come with me.
Why?
I'm Grace. What's your name?
Emily?
Emily. You like reading?
Yeah.
Do you think you could read something for me? Please, I really need your help.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll take you there. There are steps. How about I carry you?
I meant to fucking carry a child there.
What do you want me to read?
You got the book? No.
There's some buttons with braille on them.
Well, they've even.
Can you read them
Oh.
and then push the buttons in this order? Star, star, moon, sun.
Sure.
Thanks. Thank you.
Some actions and attacks are impossible when you carry Emily. You can set it down on the sofa in the guard office while you do what you need to do.
Here, sit.
Like a fucking dog. Sit. Whatever. My friends, why don't you sell your crochet? Me, because for a blanket, depending on the size, it's base $200 just for yarn. And then if I add on hours and energy spent making it, yeah, that's always hard. Especially if it's large crochet. That is a lot of money, Lily. But depending on what it is, someone I'm sure someone out there will always buy it, right? Next level, escort mission. Yeah, I'm not too fond of that. So I'm just going to make sure it's all A-okay. Because I feel like if I don't check it, it's going to be... We're going to get, jumped. These guys don't have a head, because I blew it off. So I don't actually know if these guys will... Ugh. They'll come back. Oh, big guy's not even here. Ooh, he's hit. He's not even coming down. No, he's coming back this way. My mum needed me a big blanket. Thanks, Mum. Oh. Off he goes. Oh, yeah. No. That just... He got taken with him. Alright, I do want to just double check in here, because I'd hate to bring old mate this way and then get jumped in here. I crochet my sister-in-law a baby blanket, and the yarn alone for it was 220. And she's getting it as a gift, so I get my money back. That's lovely, Lily. That's lovely. Yeah, sometimes it's a little bit hard when you do something like that. I swear I heard... doors open, though. What's this door? I swear to God, Zuna. I'll ban you. A great big ban. Trade it for the baby. Okay. Nothing. No problems. Okay, so I should just be able to bring... Well, no. No, no. No, sir. You can't... You can't do that. You were here. You were dead. Now my little niece or nephew deserves to know I'm... gonna be I'm gonna be its favorite. Yeah. 100%, Lily. I would rather have my own child. Who's making that noise, by the way? That's what I want to know. I don't have... I have nothing. Handgun ammo. We're good. That's an option, I suppose. It's me, sorry. Okay, cool. We can get the child. I'm here, child. Okay. Yep. Come here. Did I interact with this? No, I didn't. Okay. Director Victor Gideon, transforming lives through medicine. Chairman Mitchell Bennett, Anthony Richardson Clark. Dignity of the moon, trust of the sun, serenity of the stars. We are partners. And you guys are dead.
I'm just gonna...
Makes everything so awkward. Alright. I also can't crouch. Also, does that mean I have to pick the thing up and then bring her back?
I have to keep it together.
I can't. Flashlight. I think it's a child. Wait, did I say thing? If I said thing, I meant that.
We're close now.
Surely. You said thing. Oh. I thought I meant the... monster dude.
Thank God.
It's a child and Resident Evil thing. Is it really a child? Well, that's the other thing is...
Here it is.
I'm not sure if it's got... powers.
You think you can read it?
Her. She?
I can try. It's like a giant puzzle box.
She doesn't know what the fuck a puzzle box is.
Stay here, Emily. You handle this. I'll, handle that.
You mean... Zambi? Okay, let's use you. Yep. It's just... it's... You got some air. Blood. However... Oh, you're a big boy. Oh, his eye came out. That's gross. You're gross. Oh. Yep. Dead? Dead. Okay. Well, anything in here? Fuck off. No, I don't want anything to do with you, sir. You're a piece of shit. So, funny thing is, Lily, you can't save during. There's only... There it is. At the typewriters. And I believe I saved before I took little girl. Oh. Oh. That's not cool. Is it now a fetch quest to find Girly? Yeah.
I thought he was dead.
Because she got the... Oh, I don't want to descend. Gross.
Not my fault. I can't just leave her.
We can't really do anything else. You were stuck in that room. Do I play as Leon now? Do I play as Leon? I haven't played as Leon for a while. Yeah.
Why are you here? Is it for me? Or for her? We can talk. Right. Or we can begin your treatment.
A silent treatment, I hope.
You're an investigator, right? We'll investigate. What do you want to know? Is this where I conduct my research?
Is he flirting with Leon?
Are the answers to your disease here?
Don't caress the... Stop it.
You know, I do have a question. When's the last time you brushed your teeth?
Doctor does seem horny. This is probably the best view we've got of him. And I didn't realize it was snake skin that he's wearing. And his tongue is also like split like a snake as well.
Are an ignorant fool.
Oof. Why? Why you do
believe
this?
in human evolution? I have devoted my life to studying it, while you have devoted your life to failure.
Oh, Leon. It's...
You're a dead man walking.
Hey, can you hear me?
Leon, I've been trying to reach you.
Sorry, I was a little tied up. Did you go to ask for it?
The floor plan? Yeah, sending it now.
I had to talk to Victor. He is batshit crazy.
Just a little tied
I'll
up.
make my way to his office.
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad that FBI agent got away.
FBI?
She did?
Yeah. Grace Ashcroft. Victor kidnapped her.
What? Why?
I don't know.
Right, okay, yep. Because Olmate gave us the plans. Oh! That's making sense. Right, okay. Okay.
What I intend to find out.
We're all groovy. Things are all groovy. So I've just got a handgun with him, right? So much space. So much space. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, there's more things to do with him as well. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Got a note here. After a surgical procedure to suppress the satiety? Center of the brain, the subject experienced an increase in appetite and weight gain. He began to ingest everything he could get his hands on, including infusion pumps and pacemakers. Ew. Ew. Okay. Irregular eating patterns, exhibits the same symptoms as his brother, with a particularly strong fixation on human flesh. Must be treated with extreme caution as he becomes violently agitated, if not constantly eating. Is this the big dude? Queen just got 524k on a prediction. Oh my god, what was the prediction? What was it? Unless it was story. Ugh. How many scares in Resident Evil? Wow. It's so much. Hey. Okay. How many scares did... Is that shotgun shells? Did that just pop up? I'll take a shotgun. Where's the shotty at? Five to 8. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Can I get in this middle bit here? Is that... Wait, how do I get into the back crawl space? Is that something I can do? I would like to. Yeah, I don't know how to get back there. If I can. I'm not sure if I can. That is unfortunate for the moment. Actually, I assume at one point I'll be able to get back there, just not. It's just teasing. Come over this way. I think we're trying to just break something. What is like? Yeah, I have a feeling that I've got to get past. I'll take it.
Hope I'm not next.
Good. Oh.
Felt that one, huh?
Where's it coming from? Yep, here we go. Head. Food. I agree. Oh. Here. Oh. Oh my god. Are you rolling? What's happening here? Oh. Okay, we're good. I think we're good. Oh my god. Sir. Yep. Reload. Yeah. I'm assuming you're dying? Yes. I probably didn't need to shoot those last couple. A grenade?
Sorry, but I'm not on the menu.
Yeah, neato burrito. On in here. Gimme. So many shotties. Oh, right. Okay. I could have just gone in there at any moment. Gotcha. Gotcha. Really loads you up. So, there we go. So, does this take place then after Grace? Ah, okay. This stuff's for him. Alright. Okay. What do we got here? Security manager. I put the discussed item in the safe and moved it to a discreet location in the basement away from wandering eyes. 60, 40, 80. That one... Okay. Wonder if there's... Oh, maybe there's two of those people then. The big tubby tub. Because I guess I don't know when this is taking place. And if I've killed him, that means it's after Grace. Yeah. Here. Right, don't need that one. That's fine. There's blood everywhere. Thanks. Almost done the center part of the baby blanket. Then I have the parts that go around the main one. Oh yeah, I think this is after Emily and Grace go into the hole. Well, okay. If that is the case, that makes sense. I just am unsure. Open. Open sesame. What we got? Heard you lost the pantry key again. Mr. Big Shot Chef made me crawl around the filthy fucking floors to find it. Only found it in a puddle of grease along with a dead rat the size of a dog. Gave it back to the chef. Yep. I already knew that. I guess you could get to this point and not have killed the... We're gonna do a... It's just... Come on. Ow. Stop.
Sorry to cut your act short.
The way they fly is what I love the most. Yeah.
This place is
Yep.
infested.
Doesn't seem to be any use for this. Yep. But I can at least pick it up, surely. Unless it stays here for... Thingamabob. What's her face? Grace? That else back here. I can't use that one. Okay. Can I can't combine, right? Oh yeah, I know I can. Oh, I couldn't do the 3? Combine? Yeah, okay. What do we got? Shoddy, ammo, pistol, ammo, grenade. That. Oh. to the records room. So this way.
His office should be upstairs.
Yeah, but I'm not doing that just yet. I've got other things to do. Can't use this yet, can I? No. So as Grace, I can use the blood stuff. As Leon, I cannot. Dead. Okay. There's 2 down the bottom. Oh. Was there handgun ammo there? Interesting. Must have missed that. Oh, but I can't go that way anyway, because that door's locked. Okay, well, at least I can go downstairs. And let's get these last couple. Is it here? Oh yeah, okay. Really just makes me want to play as well Res Evil 2 again. With the amount of rooms and stuff in the... Just, I love the whole backtracking and reusing kind of the same layout but having doors locked and stuff. I need to get to the kitchen. Check out the I don't play these because I hate shooting, but I love watching them. Yeah, they're a good watch, and it's interesting to see how different people kind of do it as well. Fucking hell. Is someone gonna burst out of these? Oh. I'm sure both Scott, I know Scotchy's playing it, and I know Sass is playing it, or was playing it. I'm not sure if they're both still streaming. But I'm assuming that everyone has kind of played it with different styles. Anything over here? No. Did I get that? I don't think I got this one. I don't think I came back over. Scotchy stopped when we swapped to Grace after this bit. Okay. Kitchen. I was playing demos. Hell yeah. What is this? Increase firepower. Oh, you best believe that's going on the fucking pistol. Attach parts. Bam. I don't think there's any need for him to be going around anymore. So let's go. We gotta go up. Yep. Gotta go to the door that we couldn't do before. I saw you playing and went, yeah, oh my god, yeah, buddy. Lily, I really appreciate you coming in and, yeah. It's just super passionate. It's great having you here as well. Okay, he wasn't here before, but now he is. But I'm curious. So maybe it's... I need to kill these guys with a melee weapon then. Or is it just Leon? Because as Grace, I couldn't really kill them? I don't know. What? I love how fucking ridiculous the action in this can get. I love having friends and I love supporting friends. Lily, you're amazing. Thank you so much. Beheading is what kills them, I think. Okay. Because as Grace, I thought they were based on sight. Or, sorry, hearing. But doesn't seem to be the case. Ugh. Ugh.
What a
Okay.
fucking shame.
I don't know why he was pulling a bomb. I don't know either, but all of these guys are... There's no legs on him. Hey. Shotty. What have we got? Burst the heads if you want to survive. Ow. Sir. Let's correct this thing. Yeah. I hate them. There you go. You son of a bitch.
After another.
Huh. Hey Emp, how you doing? How am I liking it so far? Loving it. It's great. I'm not sure if I would put it above 2. It might be on par with 4 for me at the moment. But I also haven't... I haven't finished the 4 remake. So, I like that we can maintain his weapon, unlike Grace. Yeah, yeah. Yep. It does help that he is experienced. Hand grenade? Hand grenade? You though. You though. Oh, you're just gonna stay dead? Okay. Oh. Someone here. Don't mind if I do. Yeah, it does help that he is super experienced with this stuff, right? And obviously prior police force.
Every single time.
So, they can't just get into here. Oh, you're coming in as well? Okay. Not if I have anything to say about it. Oh, did that kill him? Did it? Interesting.
That's my cardio for the week.
Cool. What we got? Oh. We're going up. We're going upsies.
Pretty sure I found Victor's private office.
Nice work. Lock it up.
Yes, ma'am.
Bingo. I have the IP address. Just give me a minute. And... I'm in.
Okay, hit me.
Sherry.
You're killing me.
I found some information about our illness.
Oh, no. It's
Our
not scary.
symptoms confirm a T virus infection.
Oh, fuck. Wait. At least we're in it together.
Right.
Alright, what do we got? Elvis. Grace. What's she got to do with this?
Switching to Grace. See, I wish Leon's parts were longer. Like, I was Grace for, what, 2.5 hours, 3 hours? And I was Leon for what felt like 10 minutes.
Hang on, Emily.
I thought that was a motorbike handle.
Coming.
Alright. Okay. Fuck, what's happening here? I have no ammo. And I have 12... Okay, I got 12 ammo for that one. I'm gonna use you, so I've got... Yeah, okay. Alright. Onwards. What's this note? I swear it was like 15 minutes. Yeah, it wasn't long. Everyone's dead. The plan went to shit. I'm the only one left in this godforsaken place. I tried to escape, but what's the point? I can still see my colleagues being eaten alive, like an endless loop playing over and over in my head. Let it stop, please. Okay, so I need something for here, which I do not have. And then I'm going...
Why is this under the hospital?
What are these chains as well? Are they just hanging people up along this main area? Elevator. Ew. I wonder if this is a... You go up or down? Where does this elevator go? Up or down? Because... Oh. Oh, it goes there. Okay. So, okay, so I'm assuming at some point I will have to... great news. Saw GP on Wednesday and he said my blood tests were all normal or better and my scan showed SMA and nutcracker as we knew, but they think it's treatable with meds. That is awesome. Oh, that's great news, Lily. So now I have 2 new meds for that and 3 other... Well, the meds side, that's a lot of meds. So have fun keeping track of all of that, but that's great news about your blood tests as well. And hey Queenie, how you doing? Thanks for popping in. But no, feel free to fade whenever. I appreciate you dropping by and saying hey. Okay. So I need power thingies that I don't know where. Have a heal. Safe room. Okay. I take 10 plus medications. Some I plan to try and drop when possible. Oh man, that's a lot. I have to come in now. How you doing, Marty? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. We playing some Resi Evil. the new one, and it's going really good. Really good. And I did hear that you won a very big prediction, Queenie. So congratulations on that one. To all employees, the girl is currently occupying the basement. We plan to corner her by taking advantage of the subject's intolerance to light, and will place high-intensity ultraviolet lamps throughout the area. Once this is complete, we'll begin the operation to eliminate the subject. Prepare your weapons and be on standby. Okay. So they're classing this monster down here that's grabbed her as the girl.
Is that Emily?
That's really hard to fucking look at as well. So be some ultraviolet lights by this as well. Alright, we can chuck this pistol in here. We've got regular pistol, ammo, transfusion bag, sure. Oh, actually, might do that and then combine the 3 of them. And then I've got another one just in case. And then, yeah, I should get a melee weapon as well. A knife. Save point, yeah. Power. There's something on the other side which also needs power. That's a light there. Fuck. Okay. I wanted to share my 100k by losing bet and got 250 back. Oh no. Sorry about you. I almost hate taking that many. Yeah, it does suck. How you liking game? Game, really good. Really good. Really, really good. Can I get in here? Or does this need power? Okay. There's... Oh, scrap back on the other side. Okay. Why still have the wrench? I don't think that's a wrench. That's something else. Scrap that. Oh, and a little elevator thing here by the looks of it. Cool. Yeah. So I've got to go this way. There's a lot of dudes down here as well. Which I'm a little concerned for. Scared me. Chip's playing with a toy. It's just the sound. What part am I up to? I believe by what Lily was saying, I'm up to... so Scotch quit just as he came to this part. So I'm a little bit further than Scotchy. Terrifying. Button. Why is this the way that it is? I don't need that. So I need to press this button at the other end. Okay. Very cool. Or maybe it's taking the power out and then I've got to manage where the this power goes. Maybe? No. No. Disgusting.
Emily. Oh, thank goodness.
What's she gonna do? She can't get out.
Emily!
She's eating. She's eating.
It collects things.
Fuck. Sorry, talking's too much. I accidentally got this really nice sauce that's spicy in my eye. Spicy sauce shouldn't go in the eye. Queenie? Okay, alright. You gotta insert the 3 joint plugs and pull the left lever if you're crazy enough to open the cells. The joint plugs are currently being used to power other areas. I've marked their locations on the map, so you better be extra sure before you start messing around with them. Okay, well, for starters, I can't actually get to inspection or processing because that door is locked. Right, it's locked from holding cells and it's locked from collection pools, so...
You can do that.
Yep. Yep, I gotta do this one.
Yes.
Oh, wait, I remove... Okay, so I removed from here. And then I would place it in that door. Remove that one. Okay, so it's basically a... Yep. Okay. Wait. So, hang on. Wait a second. So, removing... You gotta insert if you're crazy. Oh, okay, so all 3 in here... Okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's good. Where did I make you go? Going left. She's going left. I believe she's just gone up. I don't want to go back down here. She's going away, so it's either that way or this way. I've got to put it here. Okay. Taking the toolbox to the boiler room for repairs. The quality of blood the laboratory receives has gone downhill. We've been notified from above to take immediate action. Looks like some problem during the separation process is to blame. Going to do some work on it. Okay. Wait a second. Why would I need to climb up? I don't have that tool. Toolbox is in... Hello, Chip. Hello. What's up? You okay? You're licking yourself. Okay? You good? What's happening here? You back up. You want down. Okay. You do what you want. Do what you want. Whatever you want to do. Bolted. Shit, where did it say the toolbox was? Boiler room. That's there, I'm pretty sure. Am I meant to... Okay. Why would you... Sir, can you... Don't look at my hand as if you're gonna... Stop leaning, or you're pushing the microphone. What are you doing? Dude. Can you stop? Thanks. Okay, so I don't know why... Maybe I... No, that doesn't make sense. I'm confused as to why I would have to... Okay. Don't try and bite my hand, sir. Ow. Ow. Stop. You're pushing things, and it's not nice. Not nice at all. It's kind of mean. Alright, so I'm meant to take this power cell and take it here. I don't actually know where she is. Not here. So maybe I just do it now. It's fine. It's fine. Did a red no hurt no one? Oh, it lights up the whole room. Right. Okay. So now she won't be coming into that room at all. Couple people in this one. Like I've still only got 12 bullets left. Need a key. I don't have a key. God, there's a lot of bags down there. Body bags. Not regular bags. The 12 subjects we were provided with were confirmed infected and reduced to blood at the processing area. Kieran said Chip isn't as dick-faced as Lambert is. Well, he's currently gone off into the office and I don't actually know what he's doing in there, so he could be being a bit of a dick-face in there. Maybe. But no, Chip has his moments. We'll be able to increase the turnover rate even more thanks to the increased stock from our supply chain. We've already started processing today's additions. Okay. Oh, this was. Oh, I can check here. This was. Where was it? Safe code. 60 to the right, 40 to the left, 80 to the right. 60, 40, 80. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we go all the way to 40. Nice. Look at that. Easy peasy. What this? Oh. Oh. Oh, it shows a little... Does it show it up here as well? Did we get them all here? Or is it just on that level? Nice, well there's only two down here. Neato. Neato burrito. I missed some scrap, apparently. I always miss it. Always miss the scrap. I will gonna make you and gonna make some more ammo. Oh boy. Okay, now I've got that. Let's use some of you. Yeah, okay. It's in here actually. Okay. Came in from the workshop. Interesting. Alright, give me 2 seconds. I need to go to the toilet. Alright, be back. back. I got drink and some sugary snacks. All right. Pause that. Back in we go. So nothing happened while I was gone, which is good. Mm-hmm. What are you? Okay. I feel that as soon as I do this, I'm gonna have to run.
That's two.
Nope. Fuck off. No, I want my... I get my... Oh, alright. So that one's there. I kind of want to check this one out. I think the key that I need might be in this one. Is there something just there as I was walking past? Was I imagining it? Yeah, okay. Can't do anything there. Alright. Might chuck you in there. Might take you out. Mm-hmm. You're right. Fine. It's all good. Right here. Well, what does that light up exactly? Okay, just in here. Gotcha. There's a... Where does that put me? Oh, in a separate room. Okay. Okay, no head on him. Oh, I'm in the boiler room now. Right, okay. Lockpick. This toolbox. Nothing else. Empty bottle. Before I pick it up, though, I do want to check out everything, just because I'm pretty sure as soon as I pick it up, there's going to be a problem. Okay. Hey, Hype, how you doing? Looks like he got ahead of himself there, yeah. Yeah, yep. Okay, I don't need a bottle. Yep. Okay, sure. We're good. We're good. Shit. Okay. So now I've got that. I can go do this one, actually, the power distributor. And then I can also do this. Although, actually, I'm not sure if I need to. Kind of want it to just vanish, to just jump away. No, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. What was it doing? I didn't mean to do that. My finger just didn't leave the W key. I just walked through. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. That just, okay. Got very close and very personal. Can I use that? Oh my god. Yeah, okay, we're good.
Barely made it.
It was very close. Hang on. Was the chair spinning? Alright, I'm back. I just had to get Chip. He was trying to get something that was in the sink that he shouldn't be. Go the other way. You son of a bitch. Yeah, so she's there. I mean, I probably could have put it into this power distributor and been fine. But this way. Let's try that again. Kind of mean that there's a hole right there outside of the safe area. I got too much stuff. I'm gonna have to put you in there. Keep you. I think I should be sweet. Everything's relatively close enough. I don't want to go in here and do that one. If I do that. Power the room. Maybe I do that. Oh, I see you over there. So if I do that, I don't have the key. I think I do need to do this one here. Yep. There's a lot of people down here with white suits, so I'm assuming they're like the businessmen or the investors. Or, I could be very wrong, and these are the doctors or like the upper management of doctors. Okay, this way. Why? Of course. Back. Welcome back, Lily. You know you might be in hell, but at least they're stylish. Yeah. That is true. Nothing there. Oh, oh. Scrap there.
The smell.
What's this? Forklift key. Ooh. Forklift key. Nice. I just remembered I have an eye test tomorrow. Ooh, exciting. Is that for new glasses or just to get glasses? Yes. I'll take it. Yeah, nice. The valve hammer on the opposite side will drain. Mm-hmm. Why do I need to do that? New eyes. Completely new eyes. Med injector. I don't need another one, but I do. We do need that one. If I pick that up. Put back in, just because I wanted to see if old mate would come back out. She didn't though. It's fine. So what's the point in wanting to drain this? I'm not entirely sure. Because now that I've got all these three, I can do this one and get her. Let's just do it anyway. So if I grab those two, and put one here, and get in, put the other here. Then I can go through inspection and drain the water. My eyes checked in over a year, and they've been making me want to rip them out. And that's not good, Lily. That is not good at all. Yeah, it's been a while since I've had an eye test as well. It's been really bad. It's pretty bad, actually. That I basically got the same prescription for contact lens that I have and glasses that I got, I think 3-ish years ago, 4 years ago. But I haven't really noticed any change. Maybe a couple things a little bit blurry, but not enough for me to go get one. But I know I need to. Also, for context, I've had glasses since kindergarten. Bear it, Lily. I think I should have had glasses as a kid, but I didn't. And then I basically was in an airport with my parents. And I don't know what drove me to say it, but I was like, should I be able to read that sign over there because it's blurry? And they were like, you should be able to. I was like, well, I don't. So then they were like, well, let's fix that. Let's get you some glasses. Okay. So now that I know what's over here. So when I'm not wearing my glasses, I'm just wearing contacts. I do prefer to wear contacts. How do you know I'm down here, by the way? Just a fun little question. Why did my mouse just do that? Oh, that was just rude, by the way, as well. So I need to take these two, put it in furnace, and put it back in this one. Contacts are hard for me because I have astigmatism in both eyes and 2 different scripts. Yeah, fair. Fair. I think I have astigmatism in both eyes as well, but they're very similar scripts. So, yeah, when it's 2 vastly different ones, I can see how that's a problem. Mm-hmm. That'll work. Get out of here. So I struggled to get them out. Yep, that'll be... that'll do it. I wonder if I can... How do I make a knife? 2 scrap. I do have 2. I've got 1. Scrap it now. My knife won't get destroyed. Maybe I use it for a little bit longer. Or I could get more ammo. Maybe I'll hold on to it for the time being. Back for a sec. Didn't like that. Didn't like that at all. Okay. Let's Where's my mouse? There we go. Let's do this. So... Yeah. Frustrating. Frustrating. Workshop that I can go through there would be the quickest. Just needed it to stop. I needed to go away for 2 seconds. Right there. Why did I struggle to hear and see her just then? She's going back and forth, right? When she comes past, I've got to sneak around. Yep. To that, to that, to that, to that, to that, to that, to that. Dino Nuggies are good. Lily? Agreed. Okay. We back.
Oh my god.
Okay. What is the... Oh, wait. Knew I had brought you for a reason. Rare metal, scrap.
Oh god, I really don't want to go in near her.
Do I need to push it the other way? Maybe. Has witnessed a human abattoir. Yes. Get this one. You son of a bitch. Now, oh, I've got 2 scrap. You know what? I'm going to scrap, make, and then I've got a full knife again. And then I am going to make more ammo. Yep, and then I've got to spin it the other way around. Son of a bitch. Oh my god, no. So some of those are alive, some are dead. Why can't they stay dead? I don't know. I really don't. Okay, this one here. This one here. Through there. Oh. Oh, cool, and I'll just do this one here. Cool.
Stay calm, Grace.
Yep. Oh. Interesting. Yep. Oh, I can save here. Why would I want to save here, game? Hmm? Hmm. So, here's the thing. It wants us to go down. Fine. Next time, leave the water. Well, I need to get across. Actually, how much blood I can suck you? I do need to get across. Just do that. If I head down, and then I can go pick up those items. Dodge. Dodge. Molotov cocktail.
What?
Fluid drainage complete. Processing will now begin.
Whoa. Processing. Shit, no! No, no!
Ooh. Fuck up. Oh no. Oh no, my knife. Oh no, my knife. I just picked up the knife. That's all I wanted to do. I wonder if I can just run for it.
What?
Yep.
Fluid drainage complete. Processing will now begin.
Processing.
So
No.
cool.
No.
I just need enough to stumble him. Oop. Trip both of you up. Yep. Oh my god, there's so many of them.
Yeah, boy.
Or we could be complete now. I'd be down for that. Cool.
It stopped. Finally stopped. Thank God.
So what's the point? What was the point of that? Oh, there's ammo. Ammo down there. You know, I don't actually know what the point of that was. Did I need to get processing on? Did I need that to happen? I am a little confused as to why I had to do that. But now I've got to... What do these people tell therapists? Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know. Also, I'm not sure if I've done goofed. Because I can't reverse that. The bridge is gone. And... oh, I guess the whole point was to drain the system, right? And then processing happened during that. So if I grab you...
Last one. Now to free Emily and get him out of this
Do I have
place.
to go through that? Actually, hang on. If I put that back in, there's no holes that she's going to come out of, is there? No. Okay. Whatever problem I'm going to run into, it's going to be in the vent here. Yep, this one here. Let's save. I'm going to save here. Not the same one. And of course, it comes out, oh, at the bottom, and then I've got to use the elevator. Right. Okay, yep. I can't use the elevator.
I got it in my mouth.
It's just gross. Delicious red cordial. Yum, yum, yum. Ooh. All right, I don't have... Yeah, okay. We do that. And we'll do this. Nice. Yep. Okay, and then I can get to this. Cool. Ooh. Okay. I need to go and get these powers. So I got one. I need to go grab this last one. And then I should probably do this one here. So I could go in here. Let's do that. I swear to God. Do I have... I have a knife. The fucking worst, my dude. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I was just about to say... Okay, I don't have any of the things for this guy. Right? So she's in this corridor here. If only that was how health worked IRL. Yep. Yeah, would be nice. So I think the only way that I can kill that one is by using that gun. The big boy one that Leon gave us. Could flame it actually. God. And I do need to get in there for this one. Okay. She jumped down as I took that out. That's fucked. Oh. My God. Oh, Jesus. Okay. We'll take you. We're going to take you out. Antique coins. Still don't know what I'm meant to do with those. Lambert just came in. He smells nuggies. Man's a fiend for nugs. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's do this one here. Do have let's do this one. Go away. Stop it. Shit. Damn it. I swear to God. Scrap. Okay. Be right back. Try not to die. All these men horny for our flesh. Yep, all of them. Every single one. What's this? Rafting recipes. Molotov cocktail. Perfect. Okay. So, I need to go this way in here. And I need to grab a lockpick. I wonder if it's going to be rare material again. Yep. Rare metal. Well, at least I can make more boom boom. Is there anything else in this room that I have missed? No. No. Okay. Okay. I can make another 2 for that. Wait, why can't I make another 2? Oh, not enough blood. Oh, some blood in here. Nope. Okay. I can't get that blood. I can get that blood there, which is enough. Save. I'm back. Did you die? No. Did not die. Nope. Didn't. So. I need to get that actually. I might do that meow. I'm back in here. I need to... So this gun is good for it. So as Leon chopped the head, as Grace used the Requiem to destroy. Okay, and then I've got one. I need to do that one, go up to there. Can I just say, you think Grace would get better at aiming? Yeah, I think over time, especially as a FBI agent, you would have to go through some, basic training. I mean, she's still pretty good at it. But yeah, like, it does take her a while to zoom in, or like to focus at least. Yeah, you can definitely see the difference between Grace and Leon. Okay, I kind of wanted to... Fucking hell, dude. Oh. Okay. Huh. Oh, is that the cell with this? Okay. Hey, Scots, how we doing? I'm just playing on normal. I'm playing on, hang on, it tells you here, standard, modern. There was standard, modern, and then there was standard, classic. And I said, modern. Nice. Okay. I've got all. Alright. Perfect. I just need to grab this one. Might grab this one first, actually. Run back here, and then it's basically, I can just hide in that. Thought I overshot. Here. Okay, cool, because apparently a lot of people are dropping the difficulty to casual because of the spongy enemies. I can see that. I can see that. Because, yeah, it takes... four... yeah, about 4 headshots with the pistol. The handgun, sorry. Yeah, everything's pretty spongy. There is a difference, though, I guess, in terms of sponginess, right? Because this is a different virus compared to RE2, I believe, and RE4. There are 2 different viruses anyway, I think. They might be the same. But in those 2, when you blow off the head, you get like the tentacle thing pop out. In this, that hasn't happened yet. Shit. You know what? Okay. Let's go. Yeah, person hates spongy enemies, 4 headshots are silly. Yep. Yep. But whereas if you play as Leon, that doesn't happen. It's basically 1 shot.
It's me! It's me! It's Grace! It's Grace! Calm down. Grace? Yeah. We gotta get out of here.
Is it just running now? Yep.
Hold on tight. I'm scared.
Yep.
Why is it so loud? It's gonna be okay. Just don't let go. Come on. Come on. It's just pinning you down. Why won't they close?
Oh my god. I probably didn't need to shoot. She can climb from underneath, right?
Grace? Are you hurt? I'm okay. That's good. Good, Emily.
Okay. So yeah, we're pretty deep underground, and now we're popping out back. Open, just get it.
Hurry! Go!
Oh yeah, the cube. I forgot there's the cube. Now you want your leg on the other side. Did it take foot? Did it take foot? Aww. was... I guess it would be no fun to play as you hobble and bleed out.
Grace? Grace? You okay? Yeah. How about you? You okay?
Yeah, hard. And especially it would be harder because
Here,
you're not actually out of it, right?
I kept this safe for you.
How did you keep that safe? How did you... You don't even know what it is. And how did you grab it? Maybe do it away from the hole that the goblin lady came out of. It's not over.
Let's go.
No, I'm not saying that she can't keep things safe. I'm saying how did she keep it safe by being picked up and then like thrown around the place? You know? You know what I'm saying? Oh, I can pick up the hand? It's still a little warm. Oh, bone. Ugh. Okay.
Hey, Emily.
Okay, so I can't do anything back here, I don't
Do you
think.
maybe want to leave with me? It's not safe here.
The monster crib.
Okay. Good. That's good.
Okay. Well, we don't even know where this goes, right? Can I go in here? Okay. All right. So. There's this one here. Yes, we do. Where are the other two went? Yes, I've got to do that. If I save, let's save it there. I'm kind of curious about what's in this one. I might go check it out before we do anything. And it should be clear because Leon did clear the way for me. Did he not? Yep. He sure did. It's like I never left at all. Also, is this traumatized woman asking if Emily wants to be adopted? I'm not sure if adopted. Definitely to leave the care facility. But I'm not sure if Emily wants to. I don't know. I'm not even sure if Grace wants to adopt, right? Thank you very much. Cool. So we've got all the like the big unlocks in this one, because if I not enough blood. There's blood over there. I can't be bothered. Okay. Oh my god, wait, Emily and Grace look similar. What if that was something the mum wanted to tell Grace? What if Emily's a sibling? Yeah, there's a few things It could be a clone. It could be a clone, but they didn't quite get it 100%. So I know cloning has been a thing in... I'm gonna chuck you in there. Store, empty, store, knife, keep, mixed herb, yep. Okay. So it could be a few things. Yep. Come on. Let's go. Onwards.
Finally. We made it. We did it.
I do
Emily?
wonder.
Are you alright? Emily?
She dead? No.
Well, let's just... we need to keep moving, okay? Emily?
Okay.
Helipad. Helipad? No, these ones not have. I gotta go. Am I escaping by helicopter?
Oh my god.
Hey! Stay right there!
Hey, it's okay. We're not infected.
So you're normal?
I think so.
Thank fuck. Those things still running around.
Who are you?
You don't need to worry about me.
I'm tired.
I know.
That your kid?
What's...
This? Old war wound. I can't run away even if I wanted to.
Can you fly this?
Sure can. My bastard boss took the key. You know, I could fly us all out of here. If you go get it for me.
I don't trust it.
It's in there. I'd go myself, but I can't outrun those things, not with this leg.
Are you lying to me?
We don't have a key. No.
Have you seen the same shit I've seen? Look, lady, we're out of options here. How much longer do you think any of us can survive?
Can I go back to my room now?
It's not safe.
Hey, we can help each other. I'll protect her. If you get the key, I'll keep her safe.
I don't trust it.
I promise.
It's a deal. Come on.
I don't trust it at all. Why would you?
I got you.
Why would you trust? In what world?
Ready? No. Come on. Gotta strap you in. Oh, I'm Grace, by the way. This is Emily.
Harry.
Thank you, Harry.
No problem.
I'll be right back.
Because his boss would be Victor. Because why else would he be here? Outside of this place. Why are you getting in? Weird, dude. Weird. So this is a safe space because we have a chest. But what do I have? Not much.
Please.
I think it might
just let
already
me
be
in here.
unlocked. It might be the key to flight. Although I don't understand what he means by I can't outrun those things because they're not in here. So, I mean, this is Victor's little house, right? Does he publish these books? No. Your presentation was quite impressive. If you should, don't really want to support this event for work. Eventually, unfortunately, it normally means that I accrue like 6. Ooh, it's a lot of days of time and loose, Scots. Oof. Oh, that's a lot. Yeah, it does kind of suck if you don't support what the business is doing. Hate staying in hotels. Is it still in Melbourne, or did I have to fly you out to another state in a hotel? Your presentation was quite impressive. While we are pleased to hear that the experiment has progressed to phase 4, it is far from the results we expect. It has been more than 20 years since the establishment of this care center. We require clear results. As an added precaution, we have requested the blockade be extended to 2040. It is imperative we obtain Elpis before that deadline. Whole time I thought you were Scottish. I am, but I lived in it. Yeah. Yep. You guys are just chatting. I was 11 when I moved out here, so it makes sense pretty much. Yeah, I moved over here from England when I was 10, so I've lost a little bit of the accent as well. Do I have to... break this down even more? No. Oh, no, it'll be the world. Won't it? No? Does that make sense? Why can't I pick that up? Is my question. thought it might be the world as well, like those bits go into it. I don't know. What compass down there actually? There's nowhere to actually break that down. Is there anything out here? Hubby G. Hello, hello. How you doing? Thanks for raiding. What were you streaming? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Just playing a little bit of Resi Evil 9. So, if you are not wanting any spoilers, feel free to jump out, whatever. But no, hello, Tubby. Welcome in. Ice Picker, hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. How are you all doing? Yeah, Tubby, what were you playing? Just playing some eugenics. Oof, very nice, very nice. How are you enjoying it? I really like it. I need to play more of it. Then open some Pokemon cards. Oof. Do you get any good cards? Do they still do shinies, or is it something else now? It's been a while since I've opened a Pokemon card pack. I got fuck all. Still getting the hang of it. Yeah, eugenics does take a while to get used to. I only played a couple hours, I think. I'm installing Unreal Engine and eugenics on my personal laptop to take me to the event. Smart, Scott's smart. English or Japanese style, yep. But yeah, Tubby, if you need to look after yourself, raid and run, do that. But yeah, no, if you don't want any spoilers for Resi Evil, yeah, I think would be a great time to jump out, just because I think I'm in spoiler territory at the moment. After 7 hours, so. But you dabble in Japanese. Ooh. I love Japanese style Pokemon cards. English one is nice. Yeah, yeah. Most things, right? Most things that are done in Japanese style and then is done in Western are never the same. I'll never play so spoiler. Perfect. What I like to hear, Tubby. What was I doing? Oh, I didn't pick this up. Name Z. Project review with Victor Gideon. Patient status. Preliminary research findings. Okay. So I'm not quite. I still have the wrench. Or what about? What about the hand? Oh, okay. No. It's that. That seems rather complicated. I'm gonna run though. Glad I could catch you. Tubby, thank you so much. Get out of here. I appreciate you. And yeah, hope you have a nice night. Oh. Okay. Well, now I've got the hand. I wanted to leave the hand. I thought it would help. Ah, shit. that man a hit. Never mind. So this is what he meant. Lily. He would do it. I think. Yeah, okay, so this is going to be a rather biggish area, I assume. Which money does he have? I don't know. All of it. Every single dollar, Lily. Every single dollar. Now he'd be getting Huh. Huh. Right. The blood we got from processing, and there was the switch next to it, and we pulled it, and it said there was a lot of blood that went through. It has come to here. Collection and testing, because there was no place in the... I press C. Okay, yeah, so here. In collection pool, there was a lever here that we pressed. When we did it, all the blood from here got drained down, and some text came up saying there was plenty of blood that, or a lot of blood just has been collected or something. I don't think meant much of it because, you know, it said the collection pool. Anyway, this is collection and testing, so all the blood has gone into here, I assume. Something is being extracted. Oh. And it does tiny drops. What happens if we shoot it? Well, I don't have much ammo, but... Nothing. We did say clones are kind of a thing in this universe. Yeah, so... They touched on clones, I think, in... Resident Evil 2? Okay, well, I think I'm gonna have to use that at some point, surely. Not Resident Evil 2, sorry. Resident Evil 6. And then I think there's a couple of the animated shows that also do cloning. I might be wrong. It's Matt. Thanks. Yeah, okay. Well. Too heavy to open. Well, there's nothing back there anyway, apparently. Resident Evil does have shows. Yeah, it's got it's not TV shows. It is animated, more like CGI movies. There's only... It's empty. Oh my god. Yeah, I've got a couple. There's one that focuses on Leon in France, and there's a virus going on. And there's another which has Leon, Claire, Chris? No Chris. But it focuses on them a bit. Just in wacky situations. Which is pretty neat. So fun fact, the fire alarm is going off in another tower. So I might have to find a save spot back here. And I think that might have to be it for me tonight. Because if I don't, it's going to get very loud. Very loud soon. So let's try and... It's locked.
Found you.
No, not yet. Are you safe? Yeah, usually. God. Usually it's just, So we live in, one tower of a connected to a couple other towers, and it's got tiered fire alarms, so when it goes off on one of the levels, it kind of spreads out. So let's say it goes off on level 10. After some time, it'll then... the fire alarm will spread to 9 and 11. And it'll do that on... Let's say you've got the 3 towers here. It'll start on this tower, and then as soon as it gets to a point, it'll start on that level, on the next tower, spread out. The fire alarms go off plenty times here. It's because people are stupid. There was one... not last Christmas, Christmas before... Someone put a hot frying pan down the garbage chute, and the hot frying pan landed on cardboard or whatever, and then yeah, smoke came up the garbage chute onto a bunch of levels, and and then kind of spread through a few of the hallways of some levels. We were good here as in another tower. Yeah, I wonder if I can...
Yes, that's correct. All tests have come back positive. I can confirm that she is indeed the one that we've been searching for.
See where this turns out.
If
So I can
all
get
goes
here
as
getting
planned,
louder.
Elpis will soon be in our hands. Of course. But first I must initiate the protocol. I've done it.
Hey Zerk, how you doing?
I've done it. I've done it.
What have you done?
The self-destruct protocol has been initiated. All
Apart from being woken up mid-sleep and finishing up again. Save. Then we're gonna get into the thing.
All personnel dispose of specimen.
Alright, down there. Okay. I might have to end it here, because it's getting closer and closer. We'll be fine. It's just the actual alarm just is really loud. And it can go on for a good 10, 20, 30 minutes, just depending on how soon the fire engines, fire people, firemen? Yes, until they get here. So, I might have to end it here, sadly. But thank you so much, everyone, for keeping me company and hanging out with me. through here tonight. It's been good. We've played a lot. Thank you, Panda. Appreciate it. People are on fire. No, it'll be someone just... Yeah, okay. Alright, bye guys.